YouTube up. Twitch is up. Wait till YouTube is here. Yes, yes. Okay. What does this mean? Oh, shit. Pop out the chat. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Where's my chat box? Foot fetish. OMG. How's it going, foot fetish? Getting everything set up. Haven't played D1 in like a week, man. Is my camera in a good position? Let me move it down a little bit. Oh, I can't see because I'm not seeing it in live. I'm looking at the wrong screen. That's good. I think that's fine. I think that is fine. It's so weird because I keep thinking my PS4 screen is my freaking computer, but it's not. So I keep trying to click into it. But I have my controller right here. Okay, I have one more side mission to do. You know, I should have played D1 last weekend because Zero was selling Twilight Garrison, bro. New weapons arrived. The weapon foundries last city have made their weekly delivery to the tower. Thank you, Banshee. Let's go grab some bounties. I need to do one more additional weapon on, or not, story mission on Venus, and then I can jump into Dark Below, guys. Then we are starting Dark Below. Damn, why do I look kind of goated? Oh, can't see nothing now. It's like I have like a super black shader on, but I don't have any shaders unlocked even. You have not obtained, oh, I guess any shaders. Dorka baby. How's it going, Dorka baby? Hope you're doing well. Finally back on Destiny 1. Let's go. Can I do... Is it worth it for me to do gunsmith stuff? I don't even know really what to do with that. Let me look, Mr. Banshee. What's up? Arms Day delivery, baby.
Okay, I can help with this.
So he sells just normal guns, but you can do... Oh, I need to be level 38, bruh. Bruh. Add 2 more destinies, everything will be alright, surely. Surely. Quests, please. Solar ability kills. I don't even have that unlocked. Kills without dying. Special weapon kills. Within 3 seconds, 7 times. Major hive. Patrol on the moon. Okay. Okay. So let's go do our mission on Venus. What's up, Bingus? The D1's resurgence is real. It's been fun. I mean, like, I wasn't able to play for like a week, but it's been fun, dude. Is it Venus? Yeah. The archive. Let's learn about Maya Sundaresh, guys. Remember when vendors actually had a purpose? Dude, don't get me started. Don't even get me started. Remember when Bungie
on a secure channel from the
The Ishtar Collective.
Let's listen to the dialogue.
Some of the greatest minds of the Golden Age. Their archive is a treasure of knowledge that we cannot lose to the fallen.
That's right, Rahul.
Secure the archive, and the Cryptarchs will be in your debt.
Yeah, you guys remember when Bungie spent years rebuilding the vendor reputation system to what it used to be basically in D1. And then after like 6 months of having the complete package, they instantly deleted all of it in Edge of Fate. Isn't that like... Don't you guys remember that, dude? Congrats on 10K. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Left After Then. Hope you're doing well, brother. We hit it, boys. We made it. Now I gotta make a Discord. I promised Har 07 that I would make a Discord. Once I hit 10K, I would make a community Discord server. So I watched your live video. I thought it was really well structured idea. Thank you, man. You know, sometimes when I make my videos, like in the moment, I'm like, yo, this shit is dog shit. I'm like, this sucks. No one likes it. No one's gonna like it. But the people like it. People said they liked it. So I'm glad it turned out better than I thought it was in my head. I'm glad people actually liked it. Enjoyed getting different skins for the weapons. Oh yeah, and Age of Triumphs in this game? Yeah, for sure. If a D3 is a thing, they need to combine the mechanics and gameplay of D1 and add aspects fragment system. Yeah, I think so. I think the difficulty with that is like, how do we get back? Like, one thing I've really been enjoying about Destiny 1 is how gunplay, how gun focused the combat is compared to D2 where it's super ability focused. OMG! iNATO with the 2-month resub. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Glad you've stuck with me for these 2 months. How we doing today, boys? We're doing all right, NATO. We're getting, oh my gosh. We're restarting our D1 grind, reliving the good old days. Yeah, because like, as I was saying, like, the Destiny 1 gunplay focus is what is so... is what like is so fresh about this experience compared to the ability focus of D2. And like, I like the strong abilities of D2. It just feels like I don't need to shoot my gun ever. Like, not ever, a single time. Damn, I feel like I never explored here in D1. I don't even remember this area. Is this the only time we go near this area in any form of, like, mission? I know it's a hot take, but I like the subclass before 3.0. It was more simple and had a clear line of where your skill level in PvE and PvP. I think, like, one of the golden ages of, like, sandbox tuning was definitely, like, 30th anniversary. Like, power creep was reasonable. All, like, the different subclasses felt pretty balanced between all the nodes. PvP, outside of, like, you know, stasis still being kind of dog shit, felt pretty balanced in terms of abilities. But then after that, like, power creep went crazy with subclass 3.0. God, I love shotguns and fucking... I miss when shotguns were good. Yeah, I like the power fantasy, but it feels like we focus way too much on the ability spams. Yeah. And I mean, like, it was fun for a time, but it never really got reined in. So I think a D3, if we ever get one, I want the D1, like, systems, like vendor upgrading, progression-wise, you know,
After you.
3.0 subclass system, but balanced, and then like a return to gunplay focus with MMO elements and stuff involved. That's kind of my vision. The 140 hand cannon meta in the 30th was amazing. Yeah,
Still partially activated.
30th anniversary was so good. It's a shame we can't go back.
Please enter your security clearance code.
Dr. Shim.
Shim. Never mind that. Let's hit that terminal up ahead.
Are we Dr. Shim, one of the 4 Ishtar scientists?
Archives in old Akron.
Nona Sis made a video today about Subclass 3.0. You should react to it. Maybe not today. If you just put it out today, I don't want to watch it. I want to give it some time. But maybe in like a couple days, sure. Why not?
Initiate protocol 19.
I know he made a video that Astacross reacted to recently.
They followed us in.
I didn't get to watch it, but I'll probably go and watch his video. I think it was about something to do with like Destiny 1, the way Destiny 1 felt or something, or like reset, weekly reset, whatever it was. It seemed pretty interesting. There's a whole new generation. Oh, do I have to stay near it? There's almost like a new whole generation of Destiny YouTubers propping up, guys. It's kind of crazy. As the old guard starts to retire, the new must take up the mantle to lead the community into a D3, guys. Is there another guy I can kill for my quest? Thank you. I do have a bounty that's completed. W. Talk to Zavaler. What's up, Har? Just got Lady Aphrodite and D Rising. Damn, bro, I gotta lock in. I'm like 20 pulls away from her.
They must have a servitor feeding up the power.
So who is it that's speaking to us? Like, what AI is it? Did we ever know? Did we ever know this? What's up, Har? I don't know if you've heard the news, but I've hit 10k subs on YouTube, so your lifelong dream of a community Discord server is going to be coming soon.
Made a mess here, but I got this.
Yeah. I just see SW.
They're tapping in somewhere else.
Yeah, I gotta lock in and get that done. I'll work on it soon. I might be able to work on it tomorrow. If not, I can definitely do it on... I can start working on it on Friday. Only we could turn back time and warn the people at Bungo. Please, John Bungie, never release Lightfall. Don't do it! Joe Blackburn, no! Delay it, please! I need to lock it and grind my DPS builds for Pantheon 2.0. I'm already pretty locked. I already have everything, really. Like, ultimately, I don't think we know what the balance patch is going to be. So I'm expecting us to get, like, a different sandbox. Anyways. So we'll see how rocket pulses are touched. We'll see how augurs, finalities augurs is dealt with, because that thing is still nuts. Oh, this is House of Winter. Oh, I knew this. I'm mistaking winter with dusk. Or not dusk. I'm mistaking winter with wolves. Oh, is that it?
Get back to the archive.
I don't even have Finalities Augur. Oh, you're missing out, brother. Finalities is too good. That gun is kind of nuts. It's like OG Anarchy on crack. Don't let it release. No. No, Mer. Don't let it release,
This
Mer.
archive is amazing. Pathways to other galaxies, mappings of a Vex underworld, a place they called the Vault of Glass. Hopefully the Cryptar can make sense of it. I'll let him know we found it.
Rocket launchers with Galahorn are probably going to be a strong team synergy week 1. Maybe. I mean, rocket launches are... They're kind of off meta right now. Like, they're not bad, but... Rocket pulses are just too good. So maybe if rocket pulses get brought down a bit, we could see some rocket launcher stuff. Probably some weapon swaps, but we'll see. I did not care for Pantheon. Really? I liked Pantheon a lot. I thought the OG Pantheon was kind of goated. I wish it stuck around. Like, it was mostly, like, the only real reason you ran it wasn't really for the guns. It was mostly for, like, what is it? The, like, the emblems. And then once you kind of did it, and you did it a few times, you kind of didn't need to do it again. But, you know, it was fun for what it was. I still wish they kept it around, though, rather than removing it for 2 years. It really needs to be a, like, a yearly thing instead of being freaking, I don't know, like, when was the last time we had it? 2024, so like over 2 years now. That's crazy, man. I'm re-downloading Destiny 2, Lamau. Thing I like what D1 is that the enemies look like they have skins, different colors, armor stuff. Yeah, we touched on this last week as well. Like the fact that different enemy faction, like different allegiances within these enemy factions, actually look different, which we've kind of gotten back to now in Destiny with, you know, the Shadow Legion and the Red Legion and the, you know, whatever the new ones, the new Cabal are from Renegades. And, like, there's now, like, differentiating factors in the looks of these different factions within the factions. But it took a while for us to get there, you know, to get back to kind of how it was in Destiny 1. Remember how Solstice used to be the big capstone to the year? They should make Pantheon into that. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, it should be like, I don't know, sometime during the year we have a big event, and it's Pantheon plus a Mode of Light. Really, dude. I mean, modes of light are nice, but come on, bro. Yeah, you know, some big event, New Year's event or whatever. Do a Pantheon every year, man.
Tell me something interesting.
Evening. Report, Guardian.
Mark of the Pilgrim. Get decimate kills.
Dismissed.
I got you, brother. Building a wall. Oh, disintegrate. Not decimate. I'm stupid. Like add new cosmetics like ornaments or something every year. Yeah, kind of like an Into the Light update, right? Is that what you're kind of getting at? Where it had Pantheon, it had a new ornament set, you know? I mean, that's hopefully what we're getting with Shadow and Order now. But we'll see. You know, maybe these updates, these mid-season updates will hopefully, you know, live up to the Into the Light size that Bungie promised, you know? We are starting the Dark Below. It begins, guys. The like 3 or 4 mission campaign.
The Cryptarch's records for anything on the Temple of Crota. Listen.
Long ago, the moon fell to Crota. He wielded a sword so dark it drained whatever light it touched. Now Crota sleeps, but the sword does not. The warlocks believe the sword is in a chamber guarded by the swarm princes. If you face them and steal the sword, we can see that it is never wielded again.
Dude, this was such a cool mission when I first played it. Like, oh my god, I get to wield a sword? Like, this was such a crazy moment back in the day. D1 makes you appreciate purple engrams? It really does.
The sworn princes. One of them is said to guard a ritual site near the Hellmouth. We'll challenge him first.
It really makes you appreciate just, like, the progression of the game that we don't really have in Destiny 2 anymore. Because, like, when you start a new light character, you're immediately given purples. Like, there's no progression. It's immediate purples. Maybe you have blues for, like, a short amount of time. But, like, after 30 minutes, you're on purples. And don't even get me started about exotics, dude. Like, those shits are rare in D1. But, like, in D2, psh, they give you tractor cannon immediately. If I'm not mistaken. That shit's like second mission, you already have an exotic. Also, armor sets are just D1 purple engram perks with more steps. True.
This is where
the monolith.
I hope you're ready.
True. Yeah. When you look at it, when you really look at it, the hive on the moon were already kind of red. So I guess them being updated in Shadowkeep wasn't that big of a difference. Where are you at, boy? Ur Prince.
One down. I'll lead us to the others.
Oh, here it is. I just got a modifier in D Rising called Cleave, and it slashes forwards, literally Sakuna. Yeah, I did. I played that in. I used that in the roguelike mode or whatever it's called. The 9 mode. It's pretty cool. I found it wasn't that good. At least the upgrades I was getting weren't that good for it, but it was cool. It reminded me of that too. Yeah. Have any of you guys played Far West that just came out? I've been playing it a little bit. It's pretty freaking good, man. It's a fun game. It's like a Helldivers. It almost like, even though it's not a great comparison, it's obviously Helldivers inspired, but it kind of gives me the same vibe as like Plants vs. Zombies, weirdly. Even though it's like not even close. It's just the aesthetic and the vibe of the game. Yeah, dude, I love it. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I want to play some more of it. And it seems like the progression is like pretty long term. Like, it's not, you don't upgrade that fast. Garden Warfare 3-1. Isn't there like a security issue with that game where you'll get like DDoSed and like doxed if you play it? Isn't that like a major issue?
Clear them out.
There's a zombie on your lawn. Where you at, boy? Oh, there you are. Love the new bit. Thank you, Jow Jow. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the love. I'm glad people have liked it. I hope everyone understood it. I hope it's all easily digestible, fun to watch. Although like as I was recording it, I was concerned that it wasn't gonna be that good. But I guess people liked it, so that was great. My gut feeling was wrong. But oh, I have to use this. Oh, okay. Do you ever do YouTube membership with more vids? Like, what do you mean? Like YouTube membership exclusive videos? Probably, I don't think so. I don't know if I'd ever do it, but as of right now, I don't. Yeah. Yeah. Sword time. The sword logic. Where you at, guys? Come on now. Come here. Yeah. They're prepping us for Crota's End raid, guys. Oh, gosh. Where you at? Come here. Boom. Boom. Give me the Storm Princes, guys. Come on now. Don't be shy.
Lots of movement all around us. The princes are coming for the sword.
Zol Prince. Okay. So that's hinting towards Zol in the story. Yol Prince. I feel like Far Far West would be more fun with other people. Yeah, I ran it with some of my friends. I wish, like, Far Far West had a bit of like a native matchmaking system. Because right now, you like the only way to play with randoms, as far as I know, is like... excuse me. As far as I know, is like you have to create... You either have to join someone's public listing,
The sword is gone.
or you have to like create your own and let people
They say
join.
That was one of the most powerful weapons the Hive ever wielded against us. Cryptarchs won't
It's looking around in 10K. How long did it take to get here? How long did it take? I fully started like making videos consistently in September of 2025, so that's what, like 9 months? So around 9 months took me to get there. Which is pretty good. 9 months is decent. Decent pace, I feel like. To get to 10K. How's it going, Jake? Saw your rewrite on Lifeful Story and thought of Akolsa1 made a video about his revision. Ah. You can compare that to yours. Okay, I'll look it up. I'll just look it up right now, actually. Akolsa. Akolsa1. I must have misspelled that. Let me relook at the spelling. Axilla. Okay. Axilla1. Axilla1. Final shape just a week away. Axilla. Let me look up Axilla1 Lightfall. Let me take a look. I won't watch it now, but full reaction. Oh, here it is. Oh, wow, dude. 100,000 views. Rewriting and fixing Lifeful Story. Oh, I must have watched it at some point in the past, because it says that I've watched it. Maybe I watched it back when Lightfall came out. I'll give it a watch. I'll give it a rewatch. If you type... Oh, yeah, you said that. 9 months is insanely fast. That's amazing. Thank you, brother. All thanks to Astacross. Low-key. If you didn't react to, like, however many of my videos, I wouldn't have been, like, skyrocket launched to where I am, dude. So he helped a lot for sure. Do you think the Warmind era was straight was straight up better than this year. The Warmind era. You mean like Curse of Osiris era? Plus like year one, you mean? Like year one? I don't know, like really thought about it earlier and it was interesting. I would say in some ways yes, and other ways no. Like obviously I think the double primary system was pretty buns. It's difficult to say. I would say generally this year of Destiny 2 was better than D1 year 1 for sure. I think I can definitely say that. Does that mean the content we got this year is great? I mean, there's some good bits. Escalation Protocol. I mean, yes, Escalation is a good. It was a good activity, and I do miss it. But like everything else surrounding Escalation Protocol was pretty shit, dude. You know what I mean? It was pretty bad. You know.
What I've seen would break you.
It was pretty bad.
Before the hive wake Crota's soul.
I got you, Eris Morn, my queen. My queen. Like this year we got, I mean, Edge of Fate story was good. It just, you know, everything else about it sucked. We got freaking DP, like Desert Perpetual, which was a good raid, in my opinion. Renegades was a pretty good expansion, which had good activities. It's just like the system of the portal was bad. But I don't think, I think everything else outside of the portal is still, outside of, I guess, like power creep being really bad.
We went to the moon seeking vengeance. But
You know, it's better than what was in D2 year 1.
Son of Oryx. We'd never faced anything like him. In the end, only I was left. Crota and his armies destroyed our moon. If we don't stop them,
Mars wasn't so bad, but Miles better than Kepler. I mean, every destination's better than Kepler. Like, Kepler's bad, for sure. Definitely not a good... But then also, you have to be fair and be like, so was Mercury. You know what I mean? Mercury sucked too. Like, Mercury, they tried experimenting with some bullshit. They tried doing, like, They tried doing the, what's it called? Procedurally generated stuff with the, Infinite Forest, and that shit sucked. It's kind of like what they did with, like, the Metroidvania, but on Kepler, which just didn't go well. Omnigul! OMG! Yeah. Give me that, give me that. Pathway to the Defender. Don't do it to me. Explode. Okay. Oh, I think, did I unlock a better thrust on my subclass? I thought I did. Maybe I didn't unlock it. I remember seeing that in a mission screen. Did I? Did I? I did. I already did. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. I just forgot. Memory problems. Omnigul. Dude, what's Navoda doing here, bro? What's Navoda doing here? What's the guy's name on the Cosmodrome? What's his name again? Cross, yeah, the Asta Cross. I mean, trade probabilities, Garner World, Will of Thousands, Strange Terrain, were all goated strikes. Yes, I mean... yes, okay, yes, they were goated strikes, for sure. Like, Destiny 1, Destiny 2 Year 1 definitely kept the magic that was D1 strikes, but was eventually lost after Forsaken, right? Shaw, yes, that's right, Jake. Shaw Han. So, like, I don't know.
The Hive are preparing to wake Crota's soul.
Like, I still think generally, like, I would say this year and D2 Year 1 are pretty close in quality, okay? But I would still say that this year of D2 edges out D2 Year 1, just by a little bit at least. And we still don't have a third Darkness subclass. Where's the spice? Where's the sugar? Where's my grilled steak burger? Where's my Diet Dr. Kelp? Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I'm hoping we'll get a new sub. I don't know. I wanted to say, oh, I hope we'll get a new subclass soon. But will we though? But will we though? Because, like, I was gonna say, like, oh, maybe we'll get one in. Maybe we'll get one in Shattered Cycle. But if we're really getting a D3 like the leaks suggest, are they really gonna put a whole brand new subclass in a game that's eventually gonna be left behind for a D3? Like, they'd probably wait until D3 to put it out. So at least new supers, right? Kind of like what you said with new Strand supers from Llama and Toad Smoothie's video, yeah. Like, exactly. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Sardron, no. Uh-oh. I'm gonna blow myself up with that. Uh-oh. This is an Armor of Light. Just beating my ass. Also, how's it going? Cryarch. Ugh. Ow! Uh-oh. 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 I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Kill it! What? Oh my god. I mean, yeah, Curse of Osiris is really not popular, but if I compare the campaign with Renegades, for example, then I think Curse of Osiris was so much better. The Curse of Osiris campaign? I need to go back and rewatch it. I don't remember enough. Like, the campaign wasn't that good. I mean, like, the idea of Panoptes as the first Vex to simulate paracausality, and the idea of the Infinite Force, like, these are really cool ideas. But I don't know, you know, like, was it better than Renegades? Oh my gosh, dude. What the fuck, dude? No mantle, no mantle. I need this heavy. Next video, rewriting Curse of Osiris. Probably not. Dude, like, you cannot make this up. Fucking Thor's hammer, dude. Leave me alone, dude. Ah, Kill him. There we go. Kill the Fist of Crota. I already did. I just did that. Hey, Colossus weapons. Oh, that is compelling.
Disciples will not cease until Earth is ready for their master's return.
Outside of that dumbass hand cannon, The Ikelos SMG is my favorite weapon. It is my favorite gun in all of Destiny 2. That is compelling. But the blaster weapons are still pretty cool. How am I supposed to enjoy the game without my drink? I'm doing good, Cryarch. Icarus Fires wasn't great, but Renegades had like no mission. That is true. Like the main problem with the Renegades was that it felt like it just felt like a seasonal storyline, but they just condensed it into one sitting, kind of. Like the old seasonal storyline is log in every week, do the seasonal mission, watch a cutscene, or speak to a NPC. And then that's it, right? Wait till next week. And that's basically what Renegades was. It's like, log in, talk to Drifter, go do the, whatever that mission, the thing is called. Go watch this cutscene. Like, it was like the same shit. So that did suck. The Mercury Forge weapons. Like, honestly, they weren't... Outside of Perfect Paradox, I feel like the Forge weapons weren't that memorable. Maybe I didn't play enough back then, because to be honest, I was grinding the shit out of Fortnite. I was grinding Fortnite, dude, when Curse of Osiris was happening. But, call me crazy. Call me crazy. I don't think the Forge weapons for Mercury were that memorable. The big D is playing D1. That's true, bro. That's true, email. Pulse and hand cannon was insane. Yes, like the hand cannon was cool. The pulse was alright. The pulse was alright. I feel like to be honest, like the storytelling of this past year has been really good. Edge of Fate had a really good story. Renegades had a really good story. What made these two expansions suffer was the mission structure, where like you would play 3 missions in the exact same area. Like Kepler was so bad with this, where you went to the same place like 3 times, and it felt like you weren't making any progress in the story. So it was kind of confusing because you were just in the same place the whole time. Renegades had the same problem, where you were just doing the seasonal activity, which made it feel weird and disconnected from the story that was actually happening. But so if you remove, and also the portal, obviously, if you remove the portal, and then if you just make it so that you have actual campaign missions instead of making you do these stupid missions all over again in the same setting over and over, then they would have been a significantly better campaign, like story experiences for sure. Forge weapons look sick, but they certainly suffered from a single perk and fixed rolls. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the grind for them was kind of fun. I remember doing that, but... Do you remember the mission from the Taken King where you had to get ascended and sneaking past the hive? Yep, and you were in the Hellmouth. I remember that. We're going to be playing it soon once we start the Taken King at some point. Okay, new shotgun. Graviton. It's arc now, but whatever. Let's remove these. Zivaler. Or no, who am I speaking to? Eris? I have to speak to both of them. I'm excited to go play back the Taken King. It'll be fun.
Armies are seeking out the last war mine. You must stop them from finding Rasputin.
I got you, girl. When I get my Sunbreaker, oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah, that was a pretty face. Baron, House of Devils.
Need some new gear?
Although I was a defender main in D1, okay? I'll be honest. I wasn't always a Sunbreaker main in D1 like I am in D2. Okay, I'm not the bonk. I wasn't the bonk goat. I was the weapons alike guy, okay? I was the one putting Oh my gosh. Marshall Jr., thank you for the follow on Twitch. Thank you, brother. Thank you. But yeah, I was the guy putting the weapons bubble on the nuts of Axis. And that you were just spinning to winning with freaking Dark Drinker, dude. That was me. That was me.
Rasputin is the last.
I can't wait to get Dark Drinker again.
They were the greatest
Oh,
defenses
I'm also
devised. A massive network of satellites.
I'm also really excited to do the Sleeper Simulant quest again.
Army gathers near one of the Warmind's hidden bunkers.
I still don't understand why Kepler is not part of the main planets tab, bro. What is so dumb about that now, too, is like, it's also in the timeline now. It's in the timeline tab now. It's not even in the portal anymore. So it's not in the it's not on the director screen. It's not in the portal. It's in the timeline, bro. Like, it's so dumb. Like, they really do not want you playing Kepler, bro. Like, I still need to go back and get my title for Kepler and do all the unlock all the matter spark shit and go play heroic or legend mode or whatever the fuck. Go through the campaign on the harder difficulty, and I'm like, dude, I do not want to do that. I just don't. I don't have it in me. I think I still need to do Kepler on my other characters too. I only have it done on my Titan. Year 1 Solstice of Heroes was an insanely good event that so many people forget about. What was the activity in Year 1 Solstice? Because obviously Mythic, yeah, Mythic Kepler. That's right, Jake. Because it obviously wasn't Bonfire Bash. Was it just? And it wasn't even. Did we even have a dedicated activity for it yet? Oh, I remember. You had to go back and replay the missions, right? The story missions, the Red War campaign. I remember now. Like, there was the higher difficulty Red War missions. And you had to slowly upgrade the armor sets, which you don't even have to do anymore. They kind of removed that shit. Now you just buy that shit from the store. Yeah, low-key that was kind of goated. I won't let them have you, Big Red. Okay, you know what actually doesn't make sense now that I think about it, thanks to the retcon from Warmind? Like, how are the Hive going to reach Rasputin on Earth when he's on Mars? You know what I mean? How does that work? How does that work? Because, like, in the original Destiny 1 story, Rasputin was on Earth. He was the Warmind of Earth, you know? And there was Charlemagne, who was supposed to be the Warmind of Mars. But they retconned it in the Warmind expansion in D2. So that it was actually Rasputin,
Something's wrong.
who was the Warmind of just the whole solar system. Because there used to be multiple Warminds in the lore.
Silence her screams.
Sword logic? True. Thanks for the music, Rasputin. It'll help us out. It'll help us drown out Omnigul's screams. Watcher of Crota. Damn, we got no health, girl. How's it going? 200%? How's it going, brother? Have you guys heard of the new virus that's been going? That's on the ferry right now. Well, it's not a new virus. It's existed for like hundreds of years, or for a long time at least. But you know what I mean. The news about it. Like, listen, you know, I'm, you know, I feel bad for the people on the ship, you know, on the cruise. But like, those guys gotta stay on that boat, bro. Like, you know, like y'all gotta stay there. You can't dock anywhere, bro. Stay on that boat till y'all are better, or like something is fixed. Is it Rona again? It's like there's this virus that's usually like this pretty deadly virus that's unique to like Argentina. That usually spreads through rodents, right? Like if you accidentally inhale rat poop, right? You'll get this deadly virus, right? But there's this variant that allows it to be transmitted from human to human through like the air. And that is the variant that's on this ship right now. And it has like a 40% death rate if you contract the virus. And there's no treatment for it. And this cruise ship is all infected with it. So and people, and so they're trying to track the people who have left, who previously were on the cruise ship but left, because there's been cases, because some of the people who left the cruise ship have the virus. Like there's a guy in Switzerland who was on the cruise ship and who got diagnosed with this form of the virus. So it's a potential something that could spread. So it's kind of concerning. Would it be COVID level? Probably not, but it's something to be aware of, I think. Yeah, they probably woke something up in the South Pole. Yeah, because they got it from Argentina, because they docked at Argentina for a bit. So that's where they got it from. Wasn't the Nightmare of Omnigul on the moon? Yes. Yes, there was a nightmare of her on the moon. That is true. Unless it's her speeding from a different universe. Maybe, Jake. Maybe. They've awoken the hive. Stay out of Argentina, man. Like, they said there was news like yesterday that talked about how the cruise ship was going to dock in, what are the islands called that Spain has control over or has ownership over, off like kind of in the middle of the Atlantic, whatever they're called. Like they were gonna dock on there to like get treatment, but I think the autonomous leader of the island said no. And last I heard, I think Norway might be taking them in, letting them dock. I'm not sure. Or at least Norway has flown going to fly some people off the ship to get them treated in Norway. But it's scary, bro. Dude, I swear, if like we get another pandemic level with this freaking Havana, what's it called? Hanta virus, dude. Fuck, dude. Fuck. I can't do it now that I'm not in school anymore. I can't do it. Now that I'm a participating member of the workforce. Shit. Keep that shit locked down. Disintegrate kills in the Crucible. Orbs of Light with my Word of Dawn, so I just gotta use my Word of Dawn. I gotta run some strikes soon, dude. I need to relive all these goated-ass strikes. I just need to get a higher level. I really, like, during my time with Destiny here, guys, as we're waiting for Shadow and Order, like, I really want to grind as hard as I can and get my character as fleshed out as possible. Like, really give this game another try, like another shot. Get my shit kitted out. The Awakening. This is the final mission, right? Nah, I don't want to cheat. I don't want to cheat. Don't give me your damn level upgrades. Maybe I'll use them on a second character, but I'm not going to use them now. Let's go to the moon, baby. Dark below. Oh, can I do the wait, let's look again. Is that saying I can do the pit? Ooh, summoning pits. Summoning pits? One of my favorite pieces of armor from Destiny 1 on Hunter are the summoning pits gloves. Those shits are fucking peak, dude. That's like one of the coolest looking strike specific armor. It is so sick. Like, I really wish we had transmog in D1.
Destroy the soul of Crota.
And I gotta say, like, one thing that Shadowkeep has kind of ruined.
We called it a temple where we first saw Crota. Go.
Is
and make it his grave.
It like kind of brought back D1 strikes, kind of like summoning pits. Like, summoning pits was technically remastered when you think about it in Shadowkeep through the nightmare hunts. Right, because you go back and basically you kill the summoning pits guy again. Like, you basically it's the strike all over again. But because it's already been remade as a nightmare hunt, Bungie doesn't really have the reason to actually bring it back as a strike, you know? So it's kind of in limbo, where it's this useless freaking like mission through the nightmare hunts, but it's technically the old strike. And that's the same thing with the Shadow Prince 2 or whatever, or Shadow Thief, sorry, with the Tanic strike. They also technically brought that back. It's just the nightmare hunt version. And so I really wish
Few of us made it beyond the canyon.
they didn't do that, so we could actually have it back as a proper strike.
It was worse for the ones who made it inside.
Because, like, the Nightmare Hunt versions, like, suck. Because of you have to kill the Nightmare guys. It's just, and in order to get rid of the damage, the health gate and stuff. Like, it's just an ultimate worse version of the strike. So it kind of sucks. So why are some of the Hive on the Moon red and some of them are green? Like, these guys are green, but other parts they're red. Bungie, bring back strike-specific armor and weapons, and my life is yours. Amos's, come on now. Come on now. I ain't on controller for no reason. Gotta do your job. You guys think the new raid this year... Get a new raid this year, / Wrath of the Machine? I think we'll get a new raid. I think at the very least, That's so scary.
I know that sound. Hurry.
I think at the very least we're going to be getting Shattered Cycle. We might not be getting the Alchemist. Bungie might say, hey, we're working on a D3, no Alchemist. We're done after Shattered Cycle. So I think we'll definitely get a raid. Will we get Wrath of the Machine? I don't know. Probably, if I'm being honest, guys, probably not. That, like, Bungie... Whatever it is about Bungie, they hate Siva. There's just something about them that makes them fucking hate it. They despise it, and they never want to bring it back. And to me, Ash and Iron was all I needed to see. To be basically confirmed that, like, Siva's never coming back. It's over. It's done. It's done. Like, they said to our face a million times that that Siva's dead forever. Don't do it. They even ported the freaking in-game models of the splicers into the game. They didn't put them, you know, on the bodies of the fallen to make us fight the splicers. They put the dead bodies on the ground, scattered around the remastered Plaguelands. Like, it's done, dude. It's done. Our only hope of getting Wrath of the Machine, guys, if I'm being so honest with you, is through Destiny Rising. If you want to play Wrath of the Machine on PC or in an updated version with updated graphics, you gotta download Moo and emulate fucking D-Rising to play it. Like, I'm calling it. It's never coming back to D2. Unfortunately. Uh-oh. Do we need to get off the Wrath coping already? I wanted to be back more than anyone else. I'm saying that, yeah, like, it's done. I don't even think if, like, the world was about to end. Like, like somebody had the nuclear weapons of every single country and was about to launch it all, with the caveat that Bungie released the Wrath of the Machine back into Destiny 2. I don't even think Bungie would do it. I think they would let the world burn. I think they would let the world end, then bring it back. There's no way. I want the vaulted raids back. I would say it's significantly more likely that we'll get the Destiny 2 vaulted raids back than Wrath of the Machine. For sure. For sure.
Find the Wakers. Stop them.
Yeah, I mean, why would you remaster all raids from D1 except the last one? Well, the real reason is because they don't want to rebuild the stasis, they want to put in the work of bringing back the splicers, which are, like, effectively, even, like, barely, but are effectively, like, a different faction, kind of, even though, like, not really. Like, they don't want to go in the effort of doing that, only to never use them ever again, right, in a different activity. But the reason why they can't bring them back into another activity, like, they can't reintroduce them, is just because it's, like, the lore just doesn't really work in terms of bringing stasis back. Or, sorry, bringing the splicers back. Which is, like...
They're waking. His soul.
That's like the real reason. They don't want to put in the effort. You know, which is unfortunate. But it's also understandable, even though, like, I do wish they just brought it back, you know? I feel like Bungie spent a lot of time and effort on liminality, but the main reason people play strikes to begin with was for the exclusives. Yeah, for sure. I mean, they were like relatively quick. They were fun. They had, you know, they weren't health gated to shit. They had exclusive loot. And like the set pieces in some of the strikes were really cool in D1. And same thing with liminality. It's a pretty cool strike. It's just that like there's no reason to play the strikes. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of them are too long. They're mixed in with, like, you know, the battlegrounds, which nobody likes. It's just like, you know.
Crota! They're waking
Crota! Crota! Where you at? Now I gotta run. Oh, I have to do damage. I didn't know that.
the crystal. Destroy it.
I'm working on it. Damn, we're fighting a giant crystal, dude. I don't remember having to fight this. This is low-key, like, a cool boss fight, not even gonna lie. Ow. D1 had a creepy and dark atmosphere. Really missed that. Oh yeah, like a big part of that is just the lighting changes that came in Destiny with Beyond Light. Like this room
Crota's soul is
in
banished.
Destiny
You have
2
given me the gift
on the
of
moon
faith.
is like red. You know what I mean? It's not dark, it's very bright and
Even if
red.
they don't yet know it,
You know?
the city thanks you.
And it just feels like it should have been something else. It lost this atmosphere because of how bright the game got, you know? Guys, I have a question. Do you guys think these bones in this room are a worm god? Like the bones of a worm god? Like the only other things these bones could be is like an Ahamkara. But it doesn't look like an Ahamkara. Like it doesn't look like Ahamkara bones. So it makes me think it's a worm god. But which worm god would it be? Maybe there's already lore about it that I just don't know about. Levy, Eater of Worlds, Spire of Stars, Scourge of the Past, Curse, Crown of Sorrow, so much raid content. They just have sitting there, yeah. And I mean, like, I feel like they could remaster some of those raids into dungeons. Like, what is it? Eater of Worlds. That can be they can make that a dungeon, right? Like, that thing doesn't need to be a raid, right? Spire of Stars was pretty raid-like, so they could keep that as a raid, but like the whole raid layer thing, what's interesting about it is like it doesn't necessarily, like, it's a concept. It's almost like the precursor to dungeons when you think about it. Although Spire of Stars was definitely more like a raid. At least the final boss room was. The lead up to it did feel very dungeon-esque in hindsight. Also a giant skeleton in Pit of Heresy. True. Yeah, it has to be worm gods for sure. Which makes it interesting because like we didn't get the idea of there being like multiple different worm gods really until well, like multiple different worm gods outside of the main worm gods until like Vow the Disciple with the worm mother lady, whatever her name is. Guys, I'm gonna quickly run to the washroom. I'll be right back. So just enjoy the orbit music. I'll be back really soon. Just 1 second, guys. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Akka? Oh, you mean like the worm god? It wouldn't be Akka, because Akka got turned into the Dreadnought. How's it going, Stitch? Big fan of your vids. Just saw the rewrite of Lifeful today. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Hope you liked it. Glad to see a lot of people have been enjoying it. So it's always great seeing people and you know, enjoy the videos I make, so appreciate you for watching. The raid layers were like between dungeons and epic raids. I would say like the Prestige Virgins were, like Prestige Leviathan was like the closest we had to the epic raid system, right? Because the epic raid system, when you think about it, is kind of just returning to the way hard mode raids were in Destiny 1. Like how the hard mode raids were and the Prestige raid was. You know?
What can we do for you?
Wow, like the base level of like Spire of Stars or Eater of Worlds was more akin to like a dungeon, I would say. So honestly, I don't know, like if you were to convert any of the raids to dungeons and stuff, like the old raids, definitely Eater of Worlds.
Waited so long for this day.
I'm a bit conflicted if you would turn, oh, I guess we still, oh, we have to do the strike. I would definitely be conflicted if they turned Spire of Stars into a dungeon. You know? But I wouldn't, like, I'd be conflicted, but I wouldn't be against it. I just finished getting my Warlock Prismatic Icebreaker build to where I want it. I don't know what to do in Destiny 2, lol. Yep. Yep. I don't know either, man. That's why we're playing Destiny 1. Yeah, what's like the thing about Destiny 2 right now is like you said, Stitch, like, oh, you get this really cool build, like the prismatic stasis build, and it's like, well, now what do I do with it? Right? Like, I could use this gun, like, do I want to play PvP where there's cheaters galore if you're on PC and it's just ability spam? Do I want to play strikes? Well, what's the point of playing strikes when everything dies instantly and the rewards you get at the end are slop? You know what I mean? It's like, it's difficult. It's really difficult right now. And comparing that to Destiny 1, man, like, when I play a strike and I kill that boss and I get the Imago loop to drop, when I get what's the pulse rifle from the Omnigul, from the Will of Crota strike? It's the whatever, the one that has bones on it. Like, when I get these rare ass guns, I get this cool looking armor. Like, it kind of makes it worth it. You know? Why can't there be more prismatic grenades? That's what I'm saying. That's also, I feel the same way, Jake. Like, what I thought was gonna happen was, like, every subsequent episode after Final Shape, we were gonna get new prismatic stuff. Like, I was thinking we could get a prismatic melee or a prismatic class ability or something, right? Like, instead of it just being the grenade. And just kind of like what they did with Strand and Stasis, where the subsequent seasons all had, like, a new aspect that was added to their kits. Like, it would be the same thing. We would get a new grenade or a new melee, a prismatic melee or something. Never happened, unfortunately. Or imagine going back and using all these cool powers against Gaul. True. In the Red War campaign. Bungie, I think... Yo... Vinid. How's it going, brother? I think Bungie just needs to look at how Destiny 1 did their weekly, like, rotator, where they had the weekly featured raid, and the weekly featured story mission, and the weekly featured strike playlist, and the weekly featured Crucible playlist. And just do that. Like, that's what the portal is. That's like the good version of the portal compared to what we got. I'm getting my ass beat right now. Sniper! Don't do it! Oh my god. I'll take, I prefer subclass 2.0 over 3.0. If you're talking about 30th anniversary era 2.0 subclasses, for sure. Like, sure, I can see that as being more reasonable. I can see that being a fair take. If you're talking like D2 year 1. I don't know. Oh, let me nuke this guy really quick. Let me nuke him. Nuked! I'm getting my ass beat, though. Leave me alone. I'm running. Let me get YouTube chat back on. What's up, Silver? Sorry I'm late anyway. I can't believe. Well, back you said you would make a Discord server at 10k subs. Yes, I will honor my promise. I will honor it. I haven't made it yet, but I will be making it. I'll start working on it this week on getting it set up. I should have probably been working on it in advance, but I to be honest, I have not. So I'll start working on it this week. I will honor my promise. Oh, I can't. It's shit. Okay. These damn shanks, dude. House of King mother freakers, dude. Dude, House of Kings was had so much aura with the gold color scheme, dude. What? Almost blew myself up. Oh my god, dude. Uh-oh. Shouldn't have pushed. What the frick, dude? Dude, what's crazy is like you go back and you look at all the weapon models that exist in D1, and you're like, wow, this exists in Destiny 2. Every gun is like this. You realize that there truly hasn't been any new weapon models in like 12 years. If you can make a new video about neutrons, integrators, or sentence melee abilities. Oh, brother. I'll leave that concept, stuff like that, where it's like, I'll leave that to Llama and Toadstool, okay? They can do that. that concept stuff. Because, I don't have the skills in, 3D animation and stuff to, put that together. You know? Because otherwise I'd just have to use my imagination. I'd have to be like, hey guys, imagine this for a second. Let's use our brains to imagine this reality. Which is kind of like how my Lightfall rewrite is at the same time. But it's a bit different. It's a bit different. Toadstool? Is that not his name? I thought his name was Toadstool. Is it not Toadstool? It is Toadstool! Because the toad sits on a stool. In his PFP. Toad Smoothie? Oh. No, it's not. Is it Toad Smoothie? I thought it was Toadstool. Why am I thinking it's Toadstool? Is there another guy named something Stool? Would I lead you astray? I don't know, Har. Maybe. He sits on a stool drinking a smoothie. Ah. Maybe that's why I think it's Toadstool. It is Toad Smoothie? Okay, okay. I was wrong. Toadstool is a funny name, though. Dude, this strike is hard, bro. This shit ain't easy. I gotta reload. That's from Super Mario? Bro, what? What is named Toadstool in Super Mario? Is that like the not the Goombas, like the turtles?
Push forward, Guardian.
What's up, If? How's it going? W10K? That's right, brother. I wouldn't have made it without your guys' help. Oh my gosh, dude. Dude, this strike is hard, bro. Doing this solo is hard. There's so many enemies. That's Princess Peach's name? Her name is Toadstool? I guess the toads are the mushroom guys. You remember Weapons of Light and well stacking? True. And when you think about it, that was during subclass 2.0 before Kevin Yanes got his greedy little hands on Bubble and nerfed Weapons of Light to 25% and the Witch Queen. It's actually so nice how fast you get your super back in D1. It's kind of nuts. Calamity. Clam, I see you have changed your name, brother. Get me back in the bubble. Aw, shit. I have a cheeky rebrand. Eternal Clam will live on through the new calamity. The new calamity. Hey, hey. Don't be doing that now, boy. These damn snipers. Where you at? Reloading. Oh my gosh, a million. I need fastball, dude. Can I get fastball? Like, holy shit, dude. Oh shit. Bad Juju is crazy in this game. It is. I remember watching a clip of that like a couple months ago. Seeing how fast, like it's like 3 kills or some shit. Like it's kind of nuts. Oh my word, dude. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Weapons of Light, please. Or armor of light, not weapons. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's run away. I feel like my bow is about to run out. Can you stop? Can you stop? Can you stop? Can you stop, Mr. Captain? There we go. Okay, ouch. This game is nuts, bro. Yeah. Where you at? Bop, 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 bop. Okay. Don't like that the ship is there blasting my ass. Oh. Dude, how many enemies can there be? Like, no, I never thought enemy density was this bad. Was this crazy indeed. They're up there too? Oh my gosh, bro. I mean, then again, I'm doing the strike solo. But still. Like, the way D2 handled enemy density at the beginning made it seem like even D1 had no enemies in it. But they were enemies, man. They did not mess around. 20 million snipers. Can you stop? Mr. Vandal, please. I hate Nimbus. Me too, brother. Me too. Ready to kill some baddies? Oh, shit. Reload this. Catching up on the YouTube vids, W vids. King Baron. Phi Skin. Or Phi Sin. Or no, it was Phi Skin. Five Skin. I got 1 skin, 2 skin, 3 skin. Oh shit. The uglier they are, the harder they fall. Even though Nimbus, like, is obnoxious, like, over the years, they've become just funny. Like, it's just the absurdity of their character is just so depressingly funny. Like, let me fist bump Keitel after we kill her dad. Like, so funny, bro. Let's go. Let's confront Omnigul. You guys remember how you could, like, if you killed Omnigul fast enough in this hallway here, you could get extra loot drops? Oh, we're not even in the hallway yet. Skip these guys. So bad it's good. Yeah, kind of, right? The so bad it's good. At the time, it was so bad it's bad. But in hindsight, it's you know. Spitfire, thank you for the follow on Twitch, brother. Thank you, thank you. Back when we had to hide in the side room in the boss area because she shred you on Arcburn weeks. True. Dude, like, going back, I remember, like, a couple years ago when I went back and played this again, after playing the Navoda strike, like the way that this room is now is like is way smaller. Like the boss room is way smaller in D1. It was so jarring. There's just something about it. Oh my god, dude.
Destroy her.
Yeah. Oh, look at how many freaking Thrall there are, bro. They made me push back my bubble all the way here, bro. They low-key cooked me. The strategy was pretty good. No, Omnigul, where'd you go? I want to fight you, man. Oh, you're not over there. Oh, no, you're over there. I see you. Dude, this fucking night. Yeah. God damn it. Oh, shit. Come here, man. It's crazy how much more challenging enemies are in D1. Like, all of these things would be instantly dead already. Yellow bar or not, dude. In D2. Yeah. Domain expansion. Oh shit. No. There's no way. We're going back to D when characters full around post master full vault full. Damn. I need to get to that point in this game, bro. I just need good freaking guns. This shit ain't easy, bro.
Destroy her.
No, it ain't easy. Come here, brother. Come here. Yeah. I only have 3 bullets. Nice. That's great. Okay, let's throw that. Run. Okay. Oh my god. Controller, please. Work with me here. Dude, my pulse rifle is shit. Kill that thing. You got your shield back. Of course you did. Because fuck me. I hear that. I hear you. Okay, got my bubble. That's good. There's an ogre. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This ain't good. This ain't good. Kill it. I'm kind of in a bad spot. Dude, this fucking wizard, bro. Reloading, reloading. Oh my god, dude. I'm broke. Of course, it's fucking enraged and shit. Awesome. Amazing for myself. Okay, dead, dead, dead. You ever go back and watch old trailers? Not really, to be honest. To be honest, not really. I mean, it would be nice to go back and watch all the Vidocs to see, like, just how the game has changed over the years. And how the Bungie has changed in presenting the game to us. Like, I watched a little bit of the Lightfall Vidoc when I was making my Lightfall video. Just to put in the background of my commentary. And it is kind of crazy how they painted Lightfall as being this... as basically being the fucking Infinity War of Destiny. And that shit was just not what it was. Since we're on the topic of Lightfall. I think it'd be fun to go back and re-watch the, like, original final shape reveal. The one that nobody liked. And see what that was up. What was up with that one, you know? Oh my god, dude. Let's see if I need to pop my bubble. Let's wait a second. I'd like to keep it if I can. Okay, I'm gonna pop it. Fuck it. Because looking back on it, like, the only thing we really saw in that original reveal for the final shape was, like, the subjugators and like the pale heart, and that was it. Like, we didn't see prismatic, we didn't see the the dread. That wasn't until way later. So it'd be fun to go back and rewatch it. Maybe one day, maybe sometime next week or this week, whatever. We can do a rewatch. We can go through from... I don't know if I'd want to start with Destiny 1, but we could go like Destiny 2, Red War, shit. Work our way up to Renegades and stuff. Oh my... Dude, like, that grenade had... No, don't do it. Don't do it! Oh my god, bro. You cannot do this to me. Are the ads infinite? Please tell me they're not infinite. Last Guardian standing, you don't say, dude. Oh my word. This is rough. This is definitely rough. Oh, there goes my bubble. Oh, we got another guy! CQ walk, let's go! Or GQ walk. No longer solo. Oh, he's got Necrochasm too, bro. Oh, hello. Hello, wizard. Oh my word. Oh my word. Ugh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You can't be falling like this, GQ walk. We gotta work together. Uh-oh. No, uh-oh. Don't die to my own grenade. Okay, that's good. Oh, I'm stressed, bro. I'm stressed. Okay, I don't want to go just die trying to res him. So, okay, he's up, he's up. Can we kill the wizard? Kill the wizard. Bubble going down. I think ads are out, so I'm gonna move. Yep, the ads are definitely out. Lucky my bubble kind of is screwing us. Dude, I'm stressed. Oh shit. No! Don't do it to me now. Get this mother sucker. Get him. No. No. Don't be doing this. How much health can this thing have, dude? Legit. Like my word. Low-key, my freaking shotgun's buns. Where's my goated final round? Found verdict, bro. Dude, this fucking pulse rifle is so shit. Fuck you, LC Bray. You gave me a shit-ass weapon. Oh my gosh, dude. Can we chill? Yeah. Wait, there's still more ads. There's still more. Still another one. I got you. Together we take this guy out. Give me my overshield. Run, run, run. I almost hit my bubble again. Bubble going down. Bubble deployed. Please stick, please stick. Dude, without this bubble, we'd be toast. Oh my gosh, dude. Dude, what? This normal-ass strike is this hard. This is like GM difficulty, dude. This is how GMs feel. In like 2023, before like they were easy baby mode. Oh, God. I got heavy ammo. Give it to me, give it to me. Reloading. Jams are harder in 2020. They were way harder. I mean, like, the earlier they were out, the harder they were. But I was just giving an example. Like, in terms of what is the reference point of this strike, it's about, if we're, depending on the era of GM, this is about, like, Lightfall era difficulty, I think. Like, in terms of similarity. You got this! Huge! Commit! Commit! Commit to DPS! Let's go. Let's go. How you doing, man? Liked your ideas for Lightfall rewrite a lot. Thank you. Thank you, Ultra. I'm doing alright. Just struggled for my life against Omnigul, dude. Oh my gosh. But we did it. We vanquished the we vanquished the will of Crota. Grasp? No grasp. You can only get that from the heroic versions, right? If I'm not mistaken, you need to do the harder versions. No post-screen rewards. What the? What the? Okay. Oh, I have so much loot, dude. Okay, so now, low-key, I'm using this green-ass gun, bro. Okay, but I could upgrade this gun, actually. Full auto. Increased damage. Okay, well, that was shit. Reloads quicker. Okay, I'll use it for now. It's a fucking 13. The 2 light difference. What's up, Brazier? 15. Kills with this weapon. Melee automatically reloaded portion. Okay, that's better. I think that's better than crowd control. I have 3 snipers. Sorry, Brazier. Let me read your thing. Hope you're well. Was curious for when you dive into the witness's pathology for the future vid, if you plan on covering the Rubicon. I will. Yeah, I'll probably be covering the Rubicon. I need to reread it. Because I haven't read it in a while. But I'll be likely covering the Rubicon. I'm probably going to be covering... what's the name of the Final Shape Collector's Edition lore, where it's about the precursor witness guys who talk to each other? Definitely going to be talking about that as well. When going over the pathology. Specifically the reference about when... There's the guy, they get into an argument, and the guy's like, oh, well, at least my garden world didn't get fucking destroyed, or die, or whatever it was. And then that was, like, too far. And they were like, oh, shit, my bad, I didn't mean to say that, because that was an upsetting, traumatic moment for you. And Teleki, yeah, and I'm gonna be referencing that as, like, the reason why the witness is the way it is, partially, is because it has suffered, you know, and that it blames... kind of intrinsically the traveler for its suffering for a couple of reasons, right? One being like its view that light is the power of chaos, and with chaos comes destruction and suffering. Part of this is reflected in the guy, you know, despite having this immense power to terraform a planet, still was unable to keep his planet alive, ultimately with the death of that planet, right? Despite having this godlike power, he couldn't use the light in a way that benefited his view, right, or his planet. And about how, you know, it was the gardener in the Garden Before Time who added the rules to the game, who ultimately caused the winnower to strike, and through their battle created the universe, and within this universe is ultimate suffering, right? And so it's kind of like, fuck you, Gardener. You've made me suffer. You've made other people suffer. I'm going to end the suffering with the final shape, with its view of the final shape. And it's almost like one thing I might bring an analog to in the video. I'm kind of giving spoilers here, so you guys are getting a bit of a little bit of an insight into what the third video of the 3-part series is going to be. This isn't going to be covering everything that's in it, but just a part of it. To me, it's kind of similar to, if you guys ever watched Neon Genesis Evangelion, the Human Instrumentality Project is pretty similar to the final shape when you think about it. Particularly about how Shinji, which would kind of be the witness stand-in, he commences an instrument and does the Human Instrumentality Project, merging all human beings into one soul, in order to effectively end the world, because he has suffered and he hates the world for the way he has suffered. And that's basically what the final shape kind of is, as an analog, or as like a reference. It's kind of the same thing. Witness these nuts. That's right, Sumpiter. Sumpinter. And so yeah, I'll probably be going into it. The thing about like making references to other media, like Evangelion, for example, is that like I would then also have to be like, and here's what Evangelion is about. And so it's kind of like it's a mute point, because then I have to do even more explaining to make the reference make sense. So I might just reference it and be like, if you know, you know. You know what I mean? If you know what the Human Instrumentality Project is, if you know what the Evangelion is, then you'll understand what I'm getting at. If not, you know, whatever. You know? Also find it interesting that the witness also jabs the winnower as well. Exactly, right? Which is so interesting. Well, they throw shade at each other, right? Despite the witness being the first knife. Yeah. You know, in the what's the final mission called of the final shape? It's like Iconoclast, I think. Or Iconoclasm or whatever. Like in that final mission, when you're in the room and you're fighting the giant ogre thing, you know, the witness talks about how sword logic is the philosophy of a toddler. You know, it's child's play, and he wishes that the Hive weren't so obsessed with it because he thinks it's a flawed ideology. And similarly, in the book of Unveiling, in the lore book, I don't remember the name of the lore entry from Unveiling, but the winnower says, you know, beings that consider no thought, or like things that consider no thought or whatever. And it says beings who peddle the tired gotcha that all life hastens entropy, or the nihilist ideology, blah, 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 blah. And it's basically a direct reference to the ideology of the witness. And I think the key difference here is that the witness, although being the first knife made manifest in the Destiny universe post-creation, the witness, as being like the first species that was blessed by the light, was not just forged in darkness by the winnower, but also forged in light, right? And so because of this, it has intrinsic to it this idea of prosperity, this idea of you know, hating suffering, wanting the world to be perfect in a sense that everybody has their role, everybody has their own perfect paradise, something that the Gardener itself tries to achieve. But because it also suffers and it has this origin in darkness, it's conflicted. It has this conflicted nature within it, where it is both light and darkness in a way, right? Causing it to have this weird middle ground in the final shape, where it's not about it's not about the sword logic version of the final shape, where it's about reducing the universe to its final point, the final ultimate being who stands above the rest. It's about, like what Imaru says in Season of the Witch, it's about pausing the game, right? It's equivalent to just turning the game off, right? Instead of winning the game, so that nothing could ever happen ever again, so that nobody can ever suffer. Right? It's actually a very tragic story of the witness, because it's a story of pain and suffering that drove the witness into its actions, right? Rather than it being a story of passion and ideology. You know, it's kind of like just like depression and nihilism. I suspect that the witness isn't the same first knife as described within Unveiling, but it gave itself that title out of its own hubris. That's definitely possible, for sure. That's definitely, yeah, that's definitely, you know, a thing. That's possible. I'm pretty sure by definition iconoclasm means to go against a belief or something familiar, or so for that to be the raid title as well, to me, it also paints the witness as an iconoclast. Yeah. Are you using an Ethernet cable? I cannot for the life of me play on PS4 without getting beavered. No, I'm on Wi-Fi on my PS4, so I am not getting beavered. I'm getting lucky. Maybe it's like certain servers of D1 in certain areas are just no good. I know that's a common problem in D1 right now. Good night, Dorka baby. I don't know. I didn't see your message. Yeah, about your point, Brazzer, about going against something similar. I mean, that's in a way the witness betrayed both the Traveler and the Veil in that sense, right? Where it saw the light and the Traveler as this power of chaos that, despite giving ultimate power over creation, was still not enough to shape creation into a paradise, right? There was still suffering that was present, that it despised. But then, in the same way, you know, the Veil allowed them to see an alternate path to the light that allowed them to strike against the Traveler in revenge. Because they hated the light and the Traveler for not being able to completely remove suffering from the world. But I feel like in a way it also viewed the darkness and the sword logic as a source of suffering, right? Intrinsic. And so it's kind of like both options kind of suck. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the witness's whole philosophy was, imagine you're voting. Like in America, you have two options. Your two-party system, and both parties just fucking suck, you know? Like, maybe there's good parts here and there about both sides, or whatever, but, like, it's paired alongside this a bunch of just garbage, right? That, like, that would completely in your view, like, override the good parts of what comes with the party. And so instead of participating or choosing a side, you ultimately choose not to vote. And that's kind of what the witness's final shape is. You're just saying, fuck it, I'm turning the game off. Nothing can ever happen again. You know what I mean?
There could be thousands of fallen in here.
And in that way, like, it's kind of interesting where Bungie's kind of been building that the whole time, where, you know, Elsie Bray in the beginning of the game, she said, in Destiny 1, Year 1 campaign, she's like, listen, you always got to pick a side, even if it's the wrong side, right? Because ultimately, the witness was a fence sitter, bro. He didn't pick any side. He did his own shit. He was a fence sitter, bro. What was interpreted the witness's goal as trying to one up the Guardian Winnower? It just prefers the darkness? Yeah, I think it prefers the darkness over the light because it has just a personal issue with the Traveler. You know what I mean? Good night, Marshall. Thanks for checking out the stream, brother. Hope to see you again. What do you mean, bro? Imagine that literally is our political situation. Why do you think I didn't vote? I mean, true. I mean, I'm not American, so I have a bit of like an outside view. Because as a Canadian, it's a multi-party system. So I'm like, in my head, I'm like, let me imagine for a second it's a two-party system.
kill must be close.
And what's interesting is, like, even in the end, even up until the end, despite having just a pure ideological disagreement with the Winnower, thinking that sword logic is for toddlers, I like, there's something that hasn't really clicked in my head yet about, like, why in the end did the Witness still claim to be the first knight? You know what I mean? Like, why? Right? Like, because your ideology isn't the same. Your final shape is not the same as the Winnower. And your use as the first knife is not the same as it was in the garden. It has a different context. So unless it's just a reference to be like,
I've never seen one on the surface.
unless it was just Bungie's way of being like, guys, for those of you who still think the Witness is the Winnower, you're wrong. Here's just the Witness saying it, because just so you guys can stop conflating the two, right? Or there's like an extra meaning there, which I haven't figured out yet. Holy viewers, that's right. Thank you everyone for watching. Everyone on YouTube and Twitch, we love the viewers. Shout out for the viewers on the stream. Yeah, you definitely described the American POV. Yeah, I like the Witness. That's why I like the Witness. He is the most character that understands the world. Yeah. You know, it's like I just, a part of me, as my understanding for the Witness has grown, you know, a part of me ultimately, despite the evil the Witness has done, does feel bad because it is a tragic story, right? Ultimately. Risky, thank you for the follow on Twitch. And with the Prime sub, oh my goodness, W's for Rizzy on Twitch. Thank you, brother. Greatly appreciate it, man. Thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah. Kill these damn drags. Damn, like I was gonna pop in stream for a moment, but I could listen to you after ages. Oh, thank you, Shoddy. I appreciate it. Thank you. I always love these types of conversations. You know, just dissecting the lore, like the psychology of characters and stuff. It's one of my favorite things to do in Destiny. And really dive deep into the story that's like there, but you just have to dig like just a little bit, you know? Like take the thing entirely in context, you know? And it really paints some really good story arcs and characters, you know, like the Witness. Lincoln accepted its role as it was the first touched by darkness as a power. Right, like it was the first... What's the quote? It was the first victims of the blade? Or... No, that's not what it was. The first victims of the knife or the darkness? What was the quote again from the Witness origin cutscene? Or whatever it was?
Somewhere on this thing, there's a throne room. That's where we'll find Draxus.
As was first touched by darkness as a power. Oh, mine Har with the 1 community gift sub. Thank you, Har. Thank you. I greatly appreciate you, brother. Thank you guys for all the support, man. You guys are too nice. Yeah. Like Savathun had quotes saying, it's the child of darkness. Yeah, like that was from the 2 truths, 2 lies, right? Or no, that was like from one of that was from Remissions. And the Canadian admin with the Prime. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh my goodness, you guys are too nice. All the subs in chat, thank you guys. You guys are too kind. Congrats on... Okay, let me lock in. I need to kill these things, dude. This damn... God damn. Prohibitive, how's it going? You deserve more. You plus comma plus Chablo are single-handedly holding the game on your back, YouTube content-wise. I'm very excited to see your new Witness video tomorrow at work. I'd probably run the stream. Background? Yes, sir. Thank you. The Witness video itself won't come for a while, though, because I still need to make part 2 of the series. But I'm working on it, guys. It'll be out soon. I might put out another video before that one, but I'm working on it.
There's the Kelly.
There's the kale. I remember farming this guy for exotics. You just pop a 3 of coins and then just fucking farm this checkpoint. Because if you died, if you like rocketed him, like as you killed him and killed yourself and then respawned, you could just do the boss fight over and over again and still get an exotic to drop. Bye-bye. First to be claimed by the deep, the first to fall victim to the witness, is the quote by Sloan.
Draxus was one of the worst plagues this
But that's more referring to the precursors, I think.
Without their Kelly,
Yeah.
they usually turn against each other. We may finally
Yeah, because I mean, like,
on the Academy.
not what's it called? The Rubicon. When we get the perspective of like the dissenters and stuff and the witness people, it does paint this picture that like the personality, the persona of the witness was itself like almost like a separate entity, you know, than the precursors themselves that kind of got out of control. You know what I mean? And so in a way, they were the first victims of the witness because they kind of got in too deep a little. Prohibitive, we're discussing kind of like what's gonna be like my witness deep dive in my 3-part series. Specifically, it's not really the witness itself, but like the first, like the knife conversation about what it means to be the knife in the Destiny universe. And the witness obviously is going to be part of that conversation. But if Marsov sacrificed herself to do big damage to the witness, do you think it would make the DLC story better? Like in Lightfall? I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I think Marsov has more potential than that. I think her potential was wasted in Final Shape a bit. She kind of wasn't present. But you know, she's a really strong character. She just needs more screen time. I do think the witness as a concept was originally intended somewhere in the OG story. Looking back at the that ghost fragment, which ghost fragment specifically? Prohibitive. This guy's one shot me once when I was doing the mission. Oh no. A giant that breathes smoke wading through the cataract, crossing the Rubicon, is referred to as crossing the point of no return. Exactly, right? Yeah, the precursors were victims insofar as they fell victim to the propaganda of the necessary evil that killed them all in his creation. Yeah, for sure. Like, and yeah. And when you look back on it, like, when you read Entelechy, and they go through like their history of like, okay, these different philosophies and ideologies that are battling in their discussions. Some of them being nihilists, some of them being, you know, environmentalists or creationists, or even like low-key like suicidal cults where they're like, our destruction is actually what brings the world, like maybe like a true sword logic ideology mixed in there as well. And then there was like the genocide that was kind of hinted to have happened. where the witness nihilist people kind of killed everyone else. And then they became the witness. Like, the battle that led up. Like, the politics and the ideology and the resentment that fomented within the precursors in the lead up to them merging as the witness was evil itself, you know? It was already kind of a mess. There's also Grimoire cards from Saint's POV of what he thinks the darkness is, and some of it ended up being the precursors. Interesting. I need to go look into that then. I need to do my research. But another thing I was going to touch on in that video about the first knife is at least my theory. It's not confirmed, but I think the evidence. Oh, you sent it to me? W, thank you. Okay, I'll look into that. Let me look at it now. Ishtar Collective, number 2. Interesting. Okay, I'll look into this. The card about Saint's POV is right. Okay. Is that the same Grimoire card you sent to me? Is that a different one about Saint's POV? Ingress via dreams, things I saw inside. Oh, okay, that must be, I think that is probably from Saint's perspective. Yeah, the card about okay. Yeah, another thing I was going to touch on in my knife video is this idea that the Lord of Every Nothing is like a new knife, right? Like the new knife that manifests or that is taking the role of the knife post witness. And my main evidence for this comes from what's it called? From Winnowing, from Inspiral. Because it talks about how the witness is telling us, like, Inspiral is really just Bungie saying, hey guys, you fucking misunderstood Unveiling like Omega hard. Let's just make sure you guys get what the fuck it was about, okay? Like, literally it starts off, the lore tab is like, let's begin. The gardener and the widower, exist in the garden before time, right? Let us iterate. Like, he's basically like, okay, let's start from the drawing board. You guys didn't get it the first time. Let's do it all over again. And it makes this clarification about the knife and how the knife is something that always exists within the garden, and that the knife is always wielded by a hand, and that if the presence of a hand is not there, if there's no presence of a hand and there's no knife, right? Or then the flowers themselves must reach and wield the knives for themselves, or wield the knife for themselves, lest the garden, you know, turn into wilderness, right? And I think this existence of the knife would fit, like, if it, not just because of the, it fits the Lord of Every Nothing, not just because of like the lore book about it that came out in Heresy, whatever it's called, something about like I can't remember the name of the lore book, but it talks about Lord of Every Nothing. It's like a bunch of poems and shit from Heresy. It really paints this perspective of like, okay, the Lord of Every Nothing has this ability to reshape, kind of like what the knife has, right? It can reshape beings and reality and creation. But also just because of the origins of the Lord of Every Nothing, being that it was created from the collective desire of the Taken and their innate desire for a master to command them, right? And so it kind of calls back to the idea in Winnowing that's about, hey, you know, the flowers themselves must reach for a garden, or reach for the knife and wield it themselves. Blah, 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 blah. There's a better way to talk about it. I'm just, my brain is not working. The metaphor stands, let us iterate.
Your ghost is detecting traces of a stasis field.
What is the knife? What does the knife fundamentally do? The knife shapes reality, right? The knife is the tool through which reality is shaped. And it is depending, and the knife itself can only do the will of the hand that wields it, right? Divides one thing into many? Well, not quite, right? Like, the way that the lore paints the role of the knife
Strange.
in Destiny is that it sharpens reality.
Already kneels to Skolos.
There's a knife for you to shape like blank. Yeah, and that's from the Taken Grimoire cards, right? Like the point of the knife is that it simplifies, right? That's like the whole point. It reduces, it cuts away the dross, right?
What did he say?
Kind of like what the Winnower did in the Garden Before Time. It cut what worked from what didn't. It separated, you know, the wheat from the dross. It separated the calves. It separated the goats from
Kell of Kells.
whatever.
Did he give
The
you
lambs
some
from the goats.
promotion?
whatever the Bible says.
Legend. He sees himself as a prophet, perhaps. Or he has gone quite mad.
Marshmallow says, if you guys can make your own original enemy faction, what would you make? Oh, gosh. I don't know how I would make my own original one, but... You know, there was the OG, like, the Darkness Species concept art that exists for a Destiny 3 that never came out. Fucking put that in the game. Those things look pretty sick. Or you're being literal, like, take what a knife does, like in real life. A knife makes one thing into two or more things. Yeah. Like it divides, you know, separates. How are we doing, my fellow pieces of cloth? How's it going? Scamus! How's it going, brother? But, like, the purpose of the knife in Destiny is that it simplifies and reshapes, right? That's kind of the vibe that you get from unveiling and winnowing and whatever. Those were actually concepts for the Dread, according to the official art book. Interesting.
Trace is getting stronger.
Like, even the ones from, like, back in like... I mean, like, maybe they could have taken those artworks and then repurposed them as concepts for the Dread. Because those existed for a long time. Like, even before, like, Lightfall and shit. Like, that was, like, Shadowkeep era. Concept arts.
We'll get him. There's still plenty of wolves in there. Best clear them out.
Where am I going? Ah, this way. This way, Guardian. This way. Oh, Scorch Cannon, nice.
Ferrix, what is that thing?
Scorch cannon. Powerful and very rare indeed.
Shit. So take the yellow piece, right? No, I'm talking about there's like there's one where like there's these guys who look like apparitions above the pyramid ships, and they have like really big ass arms and shit, and they look like Cyclopses kind of. Like when I say Cyclops, I mean like they only have one eye, like not the hive thing. Like big little gray skinny things with big arms. Where are you at, bruh? Oh, here it is. So take that and apply it to what the witness says when it says they are the first knife. So you're taking the concept of the knife as dividing and separating, and he calls himself the first knife, implying that there is more than one knife, right? Which, like, yeah, that makes sense. I agree. And I think the... Damn, this music is going crazy right now. And I just think the Lord of Every Nothing is, like, one of these knives. Like, the second knife or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, technically, I know what you're saying. I know what you mean when you say, like, there is a knife for you. It's shaped like blank. Because you're referring to the Taken Grimoire cards, where the Winnower is shaping the Taken. And you're like, well, technically, the Taken have knives. So, the Lord of Every Nothing wouldn't be the first knife. It would just be a knife of many. Right? Like, one of many knives. But, like, I'm kind of thinking a big picture knife. You know? I made a faction called the Empyrean. They're heavily based on the Myrics from Doom Eternal. They were created by the Nine or something, but the Empyrean betrayed them and became their own thing. Oh, interesting. I'll need to look that up. I haven't played Doom Eternal in a long time. I played it like a couple years when it first came out. I don't really remember the name of that enemy. That's interesting. A nine enemy faction would be interesting. I don't know how it would work though. Like how, like, it would have to be like a 9 manipulated group, kind of like how the Dread or like the Witness manipulated group. Like they wouldn't be like a 9 species. That wouldn't really work. Goddamn, dude. I guess, well, you said they were created by the Nine, which is actually what I would just said. Okay, never mind. A maker as in maker. I said maker, okay. Scorch cannon. Can you Scorch cannon jump in D1? I don't want to do it now because I'm almost dead, but you can't, damn. Ugh. I'm saying the Lord of Everything Knight analogy is like building to this other enemy that will sow deep division like Oryx and the Witness did. The only other enemies we've faced with prominent knife referencing aside from Rasputin and the Traveler. True. That's true. And I mean, like, when you think about it, like, the Lord of Every Nothing is reshaping the Taken into its own vision, right? Like, the way that the Taken were created by Oryx was just transporting them into the deep, where the Winnower was like, okay, let's simplify you a little bit. Let's apply my philosophy of sword logic to these beings. While the Lord of Every Nothing is kind of like, let me do that shit myself. And is therefore then creating the Taken and changing them, right? Or reshaping them, not creating them. I mean, he does create them, but you know what I mean. Like in Spiral, word for word says, do not ask what the shape of the knife is. I don't think it says that. It says, like, the Winnower is like, as for the shape of the knife, no, I will speak of gardens. Like, he doesn't say, don't ask what the knife is. He's like, He's like, you know, like the way I read that, the way I interpret that sentence is more so that the witness is being a little cheeky, or sorry, the winnower is being a little cheeky, and that he knows that ultimately the knife is the winnower. Sorry, oh my gosh, I keep mixing up winnower and witness. Like the winnower knows that the witness is the knife, is the first knife, and so he is not revealing the shape of the knife, as in it is the witness, and he's leaving that for us to discover. I mean, it's willfully up to... Yeah. Because the shape is the answer, that the knife analogy is fundamentally broken because it is from an entity viewing a shape as a knife. Yeah, it's kind of like applying... It is like kind of up to the wielder to determine what is a knife, right? Like, anything can be a knife from the perspective of the person holding the weapon, right? It knows that ultimately the knife argument from the witness is fundamentally skewed. It's more so keeping it vague as to if the witness is the knife or not. Yeah. Because, like, yeah. I really wish, after watching your video, that the pyramid ships, or more of them, were an area. Yeah, that's kind of, like, that's part of the reason why I think Essence should have been the destination. Like, we never got a pyramid ship destination. Like, what the heck? After all these years? You know what I mean? Like, take the whole one entity arguing with itself from unveiling. Why would a gardener carry a knife? Kalsech, welcome to the chat over on Twitch. Why would a gardener carry the knife? Well, winnowing tells us that it uses like lowercase g gardener. So it's not specifically talking about like the gardener or the winnower. It's just saying a general gardener shaped in a garden, right? Like a gardener must wield a knife to shape the garden lest the garden grow into wilderness, right? It stops being a garden because a garden, as the winnower says, is something that is already fundamentally shaped, right? Like a garden is itself shaped into a garden, or else it's just wilderness, right? And so the hand and the knife must be present in the garden for it to be the garden, right? It's the witnesses. Let me just answer Calex's question. I have a question about Oryx. How old is he? In the Regicide mission, you can scan the statues of Crota, Nocris, and Oryx. Or Ghost says the statue card before the Earth was created, or something like that. Yeah, I mean, he's like centuries old, like millennia. Super old. In terms of exactly, I don't know if we have exact numbers, but he's like multi-millennia, probably millions of years, billions. Like if he says, I don't remember if it says before the creation of the world, but in that we'll see it when we eventually play Taken King. But super old, definitely super old. I would argue definitely older than humanity at the very least, for sure. Like, I myself am a gardener. I don't carry a knife. I carry shears. I use a sharp spade. A gardener's power tool is not a knife. Unveiling and Spiral argue it is. I could use a spade as a knife. But that is not the intended use. And it is obfuscation that Unveiling and Spiral put so much effort into. Yeah, I think that's fair. Like, it's definitely a loaded term, right? Like, oh, as a gardener, right? It's definitely a loaded term, for sure. Especially in the context of winnowing. But you also have to remember that in the context of unveiling, it wasn't the capital G gardener that used the knife, right? It was the winnower. It was the winnower who discovered the first knife. Although, in concession, right? Like, the Winnowing does talk about how the knife itself was, like, it was, while talking about the game of possibilities, talks about how creation itself is cooperative between both the gardener and the winnower, right? And how they both worked together to shape the patterns and the flowers in the garden. And likewise, the knife, the creation and discovery of the knife, although was at the hands of the winnower, was not done without the participation of the gardener, because you cannot have a knife without something to cut. The creation of the knife was still intrinsically cooperative. And so, although it's a tool used by the winnower, you know, it's like, it's this weird thing where the gardener is also involved with the knife. But in the context of winnowing, when it's lowercase g gardener, and it's talking about using a knife to shape the garden, it's more so like an explanation of the philosophy of the winnower that's like, listen, regardless,
We can do it again. We just need to identify his next.
you know, there's a distinction being made. Like there's categories here that, like, listen, there's a difference between garden and there's a difference between wilderness. And the difference between that is how you shape and treat and tend to the garden. And sometimes that takes pulling weeds, and sometimes that takes planting seeds. Right? Gardener and winnower are not separate terms. There's a genuine question. Since there's a first knife, would there be a first cleaver? I don't know. I mean, like, in that context, like, cleaver, like, what do you mean cleaver? Like, what do you mean?
Make them pay.
They're intertwined like the Valen Traveler once were. They are a shared body. The winnower thinks, the gardener speaks aloud. Why is the distinction made? Well, the distinction is made because of the schism. Right? Of the gardener and the winnower are not friends anymore, right? Because it was they once cooperated together in the garden to create. Once the schism was there, where the gardener and the winnower disagreed on their philosophies of creation, right? That you know, the gardener as the preservation of complexity wanted, you know, more than just the final pattern that always emerged from the flower game, while the winnower, being the force of sword logic, the force of simplification, you know, enjoyed the flower game because he saw that the conclusion of it being, hey, you know, one pattern always wins in the end, was perfect within his philosophy. And so once those contradicting philosophies were realized, they kind of stopped being friends. And they fought. Well, I didn't decrypt. Oopsies. And so, I don't know. It's difficult, right? Like, Winnowing also talks about how the winnower believed that the knife in the garden, the schism that ultimately came and that created the universe, was inevitable. Like, there was always going to be a knife in the garden. Is that what I'm asking? I don't know, man. I don't know. The winnower thinks the gardener speaks. I don't know. Like the difference is,
Think of all that knowledge locked away in those old outposts. I'm sorry, little files.
What do I gotta do
They'll come
here?
Get you someday.
Patrol Venus and collect fallen ship links from fallen vandals. So I gotta kill vandals. I just googled how old Oryx is. A few people say he's about 4.6 billion years old. That's bonkers. That's crazy. If that's true, that's crazy. What I'm asking is why there's so much implication of shared body and unveiling. And why the schism has undertones of self-harm. Does it have... I think... you know... I don't... Does it? Undertones of self-harm. I don't know. I think the difficulty here is I think we might just have fundamental disagreements. I don't know. Like different interpretations. Like to me, my understanding is like although like the manifestations of the Veil and the Traveler and how they very much were at once points conjoined in one entity, which is talked about in the lore. Like it was definitely like they were one, but one in what sense? You know what I mean? Like you can be one in essence, but distinct in personhood, or you can be one in being and distinct in another way, right? I'm so serious. At the beginning, the creator is one, then an internal struggle that ends with a schism and rejection of part of oneself. But like I'll need to look again. Like maybe there's a grammar thing I'm missing. But it says like in the garden before time, like in you know, there was the gardener and the winnower. Like there is a distinction. Like there is two entities, you know, and that these two entities, like if you trace back, and that like those entities are the you know, the mathematical blah blah blah, whatever it says in Unveiling. They are the things that, you know, if you trace back the universe to the embryo or whatever, then it would lead you to the garden. Whatever it says in Unveiling. That ends with your left and right brain distinct in a way that you can identify visually to me. Or are they intertwined and both doing shared workload? Well, you can... like... Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, we have one brain, right? You have one brain. In essence, you have one brain. But you can be one in one sense, in the sense you have one brain. But you can be plural in another sense, in the sense of like you have two halves of your brain that work together, although one half is more responsible for another work, and the other half is responsible for another work, right? Right, for another type of job. So you can recognize that in essence they are one. They are one brain. But in purpose, in personhood, in action, they are distinct. Like think of it like the Trinity. One essence, one being, one will, one God, three distinct persons, right? In their distinctions or whatever. Right? It's like one but still distinct. It's like still a level of plurality in a different sense. It says they are inextricable from one another or the garden. They cannot be separated. What happens when parts of your brain start disagreeing? Well, there's a battle. I don't know what happens. You die. You die. That's what happens when your brain stop. You have a seizure or something. The division is the act of self-harm. And a reinterpretation of Gnosticism and the demiurge. True. True. I mean, yes, it is intrinsically like based on Gnostic theology. It's closer to Gnosticism than is Christianity. Yes, like 100%. Yeah, definitely. But I'm just using the example of the Trinity as like, you can be one in essence, but plural in another sense. Like, you can be singular in one sense, plural in another, without contradicting. You know? Like, I'm not denying that they were united, right? Because once again, it talks about how in Unveiling, or like, because Winnowing makes it extremely clear that creation itself in the garden, both the creation of the universe and creation in the garden before time, and the creating the patterns and the flowers in the flower game, it was cooperative, right? Like, they worked together in their creation. It wasn't that the gardener created separately and distinctly from the winnower, and then the winnower would take what worked and didn't, and that these were completely separate and distinct actions. These were all, it was cooperative. It was like, you know, sorry to derail. I just find, no, you're not derailing at all. I think it's actually perfectly in line. I'm having a great conversation. I think it's really fun, Prohibitive. It's just that, like, I think, let me ask you this question. Like, maybe my understanding of Gnosticism is, like, nowhere near the level it probably should be, to be completely honest. But, like, are you, like, more so saying, like, the gardener and the winnower were, at one point, before the schism, were one being and one person, like, in that sense, this, rather than being kind of like one being and two persons, or like one entity and two persons, one essence and two persons. It's like one in one type of thing.
No shooting on the reef. Back out there, Guardian.
Man, I love this damn game of Destiny and Final Fantasy 14. Need to have a child and name it D3. True. Because yes, they were one being, one entity. You see, that's where I disagree. See, that's where I disagree. This is like Trinitarianism versus Tawhid. You know what I mean? Versus ultimate pure oneness versus the Trinity. There's some theological debates and philosophy over the ultimate creator.
Going up against the Silent Fang? I've been waiting for this. I've fought the Fang.
Like, here's the thing. Let me go refresh my knowledge on Gnosticism and the Demiurge. This is what, you know what we need? This is why we need the Discord server and why I need to lock in. We need to do debate nights. Destiny lore debate nights. This is a debate topic. Trinity versus Tawhid. Duality of the gardener and the winnower, or pure mono, pure singularity.
Would you like? Ready.
I think the win is purposely cast the gardener into a negative light to reinforce his argument. Excuse me. Let me decrypt this. When we see multiple times the winner was like, yeah, I wasn't feeling it either, but it was my job. Wait, you say, damn, I think the witness purposely, do you think the winner purposely? Or do you mean the witness? It says, if this game is about cells, it's about, yes. Well, yes, because that quote specifically about how, it's a game about cells, is also a game about planets, about whatever. I don't think it says bodies. I think it specifically talks about the flower game, and how the flower game is about the competition between the flowers, how one flower competes for sunlight over the other, one grows stronger, the other withers. Is it the fault of the pattern, or is it the fault of the position? This is how many I've run Winnowing too many times. And then it goes on to talk about the game of possibilities, which is distinct. It makes a distinction between the game of flowers and the game of possibilities. So there's 2 games in the garden, right? This is one of the arguments that I'm going to make in part 2, that there's 2 games, and these are distinct. Game of Possibilities is about the competition of flowers. Game of Flowers is about the competition of flowers. Game of Possibilities is the game of creation. And it says that the Game of Possibilities is also a game of flowers, right? Calamity with another resub for 5 months. Thank you, brother, for the 5 months, bringing us to the daily sub goal. W. And it talks about how the Game of Possibilities is also a game of flowers, but it's also a game of gardens, right? But it's also to say if it's a game of flowers. Oh no, it says it's a game of gardens, which is also to say it's a game of flowers, which is the same to say it's like the game of life is also a game of bacteria in your gut or whatever it says. You know what I mean? Like however the quote goes. Go back to unveiling and notice grammar languages. Okay, well, I think we need to pick up this conversation again, and then maybe we'll do a debate night. I'll set up the server, because like I don't want to like interrupt the D1 to go look at everything. I'll find the excerpt. Okay, W prohibitive.
Before I earned my post as the Queen's emissary, I served
Remember,
in the Reef
the War of
Wars.
Light and Darkness was mainly because of how the Witness specifically paints both
Killed
forces, not the
real
forces
charms.
themselves.
During the war, they went after our commanders. They'll do the same to the House of Devils. Verix and I know all the
Yes.
tricks. We'll get him.
Yeah, because like it's kind of like what we talked about before, where the Winnower was kind of a fence sitter, and he was like, there's good arguments on both sides. There's good people on both sides.
Watch your back.
This is a game about a garden, which is to say that is also a game about flowers. Just as a game about living must also be a game about organs and bacteria. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. I was right. Okay, and then he says, a gardener and Winnower collaborate to create a protein. Whose hand is it in the design that shortens one life to extend the other?
Capture most of them.
Yes, and that's a reference to P53 from Unveiling, which talks about how it's a protein that kills the cell if it detects cancer, right? So it doesn't endanger the rest of the organism, right? But it's a game about a living being must also be a game about organs and bacteria. Yeah. I mean, it's the same. What did I say? I don't remember what I said. Who made the protein? That's the question that's the question that the Winnower poses to us at the end of P53. At the end of P53, he says, whose hand was it? Oh no, he says implying that P53 is an agent of the darkness. He says, he poses the question to you. He poses the question. He's like, is P53 an agent? Oh shit! Is it an agent of the light or it's an agent of the darkness? And obviously, if we infer this and we compare this to the philosophy of sword logic, right? Or like, it would basically it's effectively saying it's an agent of the darkness. Right, who made the protein? Is it light or dark? Or a shared decision by both? A collaborative effort? Living... no, okay. Dude, I'm about to build up... A gardener would ever collaborate to create a protein. Whose hand is it in the design that shortens one life to extend the rest?
Why have the devils deployed so many
So it's specifically talking about whose hand is it that makes it so that the protein P53 kills the cell, right? The light or the dark? It is certainly not an agent of dark or light. Like, I understand the argument. Like, because, in theory, right, the preservation of life. Muhaim, thank you for the congratulations for 10K. Thank you, brother. Good to see you in chat. Like, if like, I kind of get what you're getting at, and I don't disagree, where you're saying, okay, it's not just an agent of darkness, it's also an agent of light. Why? Well, because the preservation of life and complexity is a role of the gardener, right? And so the goal of P53 is to preserve the life of the being, of the collective whole, right? And so it's almost, it's kind of, it's weirdly contradictory where it's killing the cell, like in which death and whatnot is kind of a power of the darkness, in order to preserve the life, right? You know what I'm saying? And so it's collaborative in that sense. And in the sense of like, okay, the death is used to preserve life, right? For the greater good of the organism, there must be death to keep the ultimate organism alive. Because it has to be both. Yes, and I don't disagree, right? But like, okay, I need to go back and read P53. Because what it's specifically mentioning, at least from what I remember about P53, is that it's talking specifically about the action of the death, right? Like, ultimately, the death of the protein is used to kill the cell, right? But it is still the action of the death. It is still the action, like the role of the protein to die. That is what comes from the darkness. You know what I mean? Like, the preservation of the life part is the light side of the equation, while the dying part is part of the darkness side of the equation. Ugh. Is the Guardian light or dark? It's complicated. Complicated.
He just called you well, it was an insult.
Like, I would rather... Okay, I wouldn't use the analog of the Guardian because it's a bit complicated since you are, like, forged in light. Because thanks to the ghost. But you can just have access to other paracausal abilities like darkness. I would more so use the example of the Ahamkara, which in and of themselves, like wish magic intrinsically seems to be a power of both light and darkness, right? Like, it is desire and emotion, like it is a desire, a wish, which is a power of consciousness and emotion, which is the power of darkness. That is used to manifest a new reality, which this changing of reality is itself like a power of the light, right? The probably is in a shared body. Yes. Like, I don't disagree that creation is collaborative between the light and the darkness. The disagreement is whether this one entity that schismed into two was intrinsically singular, like in every sense of the word, or whether there was plurality in its being.
But there's another
Right.
house on Earth. I'd be willing to bet he's going after the kings next.
Because when you look at the power of transcendence as this harmony between light and darkness, transcendence is not itself like it's new, a new thing, right? Like, transcendence is not a new element, a new paracausal element or paracausal force. It is the harmony of light and darkness, of these two distinct forces, right? It is kind of like undoing the schism that existed between the light and the darkness, between the traveler and the veil, between the winnower and the gardener. But it itself is still like it's still the light and the darkness. It's just the two put together, right? You realize? Then I raise you the visual design of the veil and the traveler. Yes, like yes. Yes, the Traveler and the Veil, as the lore suggests, were once connected. They were once the same entity, the same being. That's what we agree on. The distinction we are making here is whether they are purely singular in an absolute sense, or if it's possible that they are singular in essence, in being, but distinct and plural in personhood, or in their categories, or in their influence on creation. Right? Because like in the same way, you have, once again, I'm bringing the conversation of the Trinity here, because it's like kind of a direct analog. Where you have, like in the Bible, because that's where we learn about God from a Christian perspective, because Trinitarianism is a Christian theology, blah, 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 blah. That's why I'm referencing it. Like, there's moments where, like, God refers to itself as singular. But then there's also moments where it refers to itself in the plural. Or it refers to, you know, the Son being God, and the Spirit being God, and the Father being God, but then also referencing that God is intrinsically singular, is intrinsically one, in essence and being, right? So despite the language conveying singularity in one sense, it also conveys plurality in another, right? And so if we view it from more of a Trinitarian perspective and applying that to the unveiling text, or into the relationship between the gardener and the winnower, and how the veil and the traveler were once one entity, you know, it's not intrinsically contradictory for it to be singular in one sense, but then plural in another. You know?
We're doing good work.
I think we're saying the same thing over and over again. The conversation is repeating, I think until we get the Discord open and I prep a little bit more, I do a bit more research, I get my points in order, and we can do this debate live or something, like, you know, I think we're gonna be at a stalemate here. Irving compares wishing to the witness's final shape. Yeah. In this, because the witness's final shape. Oh, well, I don't know. It depends on the context, actually, and what you mean, Brazer. But if what I think you mean is, like, by merging the Traveler and the Light together, you can use the witness's desire can be made into reality, right? That's basically what wish magic is. It's saying, like, you know, you know, your desire, let me turn what you believe, like, your desire into a real thing, right? Yeah, I can't argue my points without visual aid. Yeah, like, I want to, like, bring up the reference points, dude. I want to go chapter and verse and be like, here's what the text says. Read the text. Here's what it means. Like, you know, I want to do that type of thing.
Dangerous. They hide in the shadow of the Cosmodrome, waiting.
Unrelated, but
If Skolos can bring the House of Kings under his banner, we're all in trouble.
House of Kings.
I'm getting a lot of interference down there.
Unrelated, but I think one of the biggest fumbles of Lightfall was not giving the Witness enough screen time, because IMO is one of the most fascinating characters in Destiny. Like, something I wish we had got more insight on is how Oryx and the Witness interacted, since Oryx would have been displeased serving a non-Sorologic believer. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I brought up in my video as well. Like what I was kind of implying, where, like, we didn't know who the Witness was. You know, like we didn't, like, we in hindsight now know who the Witness is, but that's thanks to the origin cutscene and stuff. But until we had that, like, we had no idea who the witness was, where it came from, what its motivations were. Like, oh, it wants the final shape, but what does that even mean? You know, like, we didn't have enough time with the witness in general. In my opinion, the witness should have been... We should have gotten screen time of the witness in Beyond Light. Personally, I think Beyond Light should have been when we got the witness teaser cutscene, where the witness is like, your pale heart holds the key or whatever, right? Like the same cutscene we got at the end of Witch Queen, but then in Witch Queen flesh out a bit more of what the witness is, rather than leave it all for one expansion to explain what the witness is, you know?
Servitor is source of interference. Kill it dead.
So many greens, bro. I need to get a certain level so I can just auto dismantle these things. These things are crappy, bruh. Ah, I can't hit shit. Oh. Okay.
Wolves must have
I know, Varix. I'm locking in, okay? I'm locking in Varix.
the source.
Okay. I assume the connection everyone was making was, to the misconstruing of desire for one's own end. Right. Yeah, like the monkey's paw type of shit. Like, oh, you have, like, the Ahamkar take the desire of the wisher and twist it to their benefit, right? Maybe singular plus unity. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, Monarch. Also, welcome to the chat. Visua. Welcome to the chat. What? Visua D2 narrative lore director is giving a talk at your college on the 15th? What? That is the coolest thing ever. Okay, I was gonna ask, like, yo, ask her if she knows who I am. No, but don't do that. Do not ask that. I don't know. Ask her. Oh, that is so sick. I don't even know. I'm on the spot now. What would I ask the D2 narrative director? Oh shit, dude. Now I need to think. Like, if I had to give one question, like, let's say, like, I'm in line. I can ask one question. She's gonna answer. I gotta sit down. What I would ask her, and like, it would be like, I would ask her about. I'm assuming Allison because he said narrative director. I would ask her about the first knife. I would ask her, like, about unveiling and be like, the difficulty is, like, she probably can't say much. Okay, I can't, fuck me. Like, I need to think about what could she even reasonably answer, right? Given what she's allowed to talk about. So maybe it shouldn't be something as deep as that. Maybe it should be like, okay, ask this. Ask this. I think this is fair. Ask, is the witness the same first knife that is talked about in Unveiling? I think that is fair. I think that is a totally fair question that she could answer. Maybe. Is the witness, just to get some clarification, is the witness the same first knife that is talked about in Unveiling, in a literal sense? In a literal sense.
Your signal's coming through loud and clear now. Varix, are you with us?
Yes, I am here. Kings will see Wolfpack as well.
That is so sick.
Not be pleased.
The wolves are approaching an old command center beyond the rocket yard. That must be where the kings are hidden. At the Battle of Twilight
Taken.
Gap, the Devils, the Kings, and the House of Winter joined forces to take on the city. The House of Wolves could have turned the tide.
Where do I go? I go
of the
this way?
fallen.
Dude, that's so sick.
My queen interfered.
Dude, if that'd be so sick. Like, I'm just imagining, like, if, like, at my college, like, fucking Allison just had a just showed up to talk about some shit. That's actually just so cool.
You are here to deny Skolas.
Okay, thank you, Visual. I trust you to report back.
And they would not care. They will try to kill you. Kill them back.
And then Brazzer's question is, will we ever know more about the Witness precursors since Intellicutees is a lone survivor which left before the Witness's creation? The thing about... I think you could maybe ask that.
Skolas may have met his
But, like, I think when it comes to questions like that, she might not be able to answer it. Because, like, she might be able to be like, oh, I don't know, maybe, and, like, do, like, a wink. But, like, you know, versus being like, okay, let's talk about something that's already kind of introduced in the lore. You're going to talk to the narrative team? I'm not. But someone in chat, Visua in chat, says that Allison Lures is giving a talk at his college. And he's asking what questions I would want him or I would want them, I guess gender neutral here. I would want them to ask Allison, I guess on my behalf or whatever. Or whatever, I don't know. That's what, and so my question I want them to ask is the Witness the same first knife talked about in Unveiling in a literal sense? Or is it more metaphorical, conceptual type of shit, you know? I'll try to catch her live and let you know what she says. Also, I'm glad I could finally tune into the stream. I'm glad you could too, Bishua. That's so sick. Yeah, I'm glad you could too, man. Also, welcome Hurt Chain. Not Epic. How's it going? BW. Oh, B-Wee Hussein. How's it going? Oh, this mission is so sick with the Traveler. Projection. Oh shit, let me pop. Die, King Baron. I think an argument can be made for it being the first knife. Yeah, I think so too. I think there is an argument that it is the literal first knife. I just want, if I can get a literal yes or no confirmation, then that would be a W. Like literally, like she could just say yes or no. You know? I don't need any more elaboration.
The wolves are dead, and the kings, well, they're still a danger to the city. But at least they don't work for
That machine gun looks crazy cool. It really does. Let's look at it.
Come on back, Guardian.
Oh, thing. Ooh, oh yeah, oh dude, that is a really cool camo. Stay safe from the antivirus. Yeah. I mean, it's not just rodents. It's the ones they have on the ship is airborne. It's airborne. We gotta be careful, guys. Have you checked out the Grimoire anthology Penumbra? It's a new lore regarding the Garden of Winter and Witness. Really? Let me look that up. Is it like a new lore book Bungie put out? Anthology Penumbra Destiny. Oh, it was released in 2024. Or is there a new one? I don't own any of the books. It's number 7 Penumbra? Interesting. Well, I guess if it's from 2024, that would be the same time as same time as Final Shape. There's even art of the first knife. What? Whoa, is it concept art maybe? Okay, I gotta look into that. I don't know if you covered it, but I figured, yeah, like, thanks for the heads up. I'll have to look into that. Hopefully, I'm hoping there's scans online somewhere. I don't want to have to buy the book and wait a million years for it to ship to me. No opens up the possibility of my first knife argument, but I honestly want just clarity. Yeah, like, even if she says no, like, yeah, like, he's, like, the witness is not literally the first knife in a literal sense. It's, like, metaphorical or conceptual, or it's just a title. It's imposing, it's taking on that, that title for itself type of thing. Like, it would just be really good to get insight about that. Oh, dude, I gotta look that up again. Let me look this up again. Grimoire, Destiny, Grimoire. Let me see if there's a scan. Anthology, Penumbra, scan. New lore drop. Here is the video. Abaddon. Oh. That's from Abaddon. This is from Wang Ning. I'm just looking through it. Does he have screenshots? Does he have screenshots of the book? Abaddon, do you have screenshots of the book? He does. He puts some of them up. It seems to be simple. Okay, there's some stuff here. There's some scans. I might even just watch this video. An Exegesis of the Light by Ikora Ray. Interesting shit, dude. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Outside of that, I don't see any scans. Unboxing. Maybe they show all the pages. I'm just gonna look and okay, this guy did an unboxing. I can read. Okay, W, let me save this video. Okay, huge. I can just read it this way. W. Okay, sorry for the delay, guys. Found that. So I can read through that then. This post on Reddit covering the art. The book generally just covers stuff about light and dark, 2 passages about the gardener, and from its POV, 2 of the witness, and its POV, 2 of the winnower. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look into that then. Especially since I'm covering... Especially when I'm moving into the next stage of this... Of my next parts. What do I gotta do? Talk to Petra. And I gotta talk... Oh, no. What? Talk to Petra. Let me talk to Petra. I'll look into the anthology then. Never want to leave out Gardener and Widower lore, because it's the most important stuff in the game. Basically. Yeah, whenever it comes to, like, extra... like, lore stuff like that, like, outside of the game, I'm always a bit conflicted, because I'm like... I wish that was... if it's, like, super important, I wish. Has the lore entries? Okay, I don't know what they are. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. I'll look that up then on Destinypedia. Yeah, when it comes to like lore like that, that's outside of the game. Outside of the collector's edition stuff, I'm a bit conflicted because I'm like, I wish that was in the game for me to read it. Check Discord. Checking. Oh, that's the artwork. Yes. Yes. I think you've sent me this before.
All right. Skolas has failed at every attempt to wrest control.
Judgment's right hand. I was talking about Prison of Elders. Prison of Elders. Royal Amethyst.
You stopped Skolas from
Complete the mission Wolves Gambit. I gotta talk to this guy.
now wolves have
This give me Glimmer. Wow, so much monies.
Personally, I prefer not to get shot, so off you go.
Ooh, hand cannon. 5 in the mag. Let's fucking use it. I want recovery over agility. Okay, let's do this mission. I want to see if I can get House of Wolves done tonight. Wait, you have a Discord server? Not yet. I will be making one. That was just like Prohibitive just DM'd it to me. I'm going to be making one soon though. I made the promise I would make a community Discord server at 10k subs, and we hit it, so I'm gonna be making one. Thank you for the perp, Guardian. When we do the 2 different strikes to kill Tanix, why wasn't Cade involved, since Tanix was the one who killed Andal? I think Cade was... I think Cade had commentary over the Siva version. I don't know about the original version. I don't remember. I'm gonna head out, but the discussions were fun. Looking forward to when you end up covering the witness. Thank you, Brazzer. Thank you for tuning in this stream.
all houses shall burn. All will bow before Wolf.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit before I get the witness one. So after I'm done the flower game video, I'll be working on that one. I need to do more research now, though. Now that I know about the anthology. Oh, is this the one where we go up to the Citadel and capture Skolas? All about how much you're willing to purchase? True. I gotta buy that freaking anthology book, bro. Maybe, maybe not. Or, oh no, this is the one where they invade the Vault of Glass, obviously.
Get in there, Guardian. We have to stop them.
Talks are fun, that's right. That's right, Brazzer. Yeah. Yeah. Praetorian. Also, Prohibitive, you weren't here when this happened on stream, but we were playing, like, we were doing the mission on Mars where you go into Tharsis Junction, and in there you fight Minotaurs called Prohibitive Minds. I was like, what the fuck? It's Prohibitive, dude. Like, this must be where the name comes from. Yeah, dude. I was so surprised. I was like, oh shit. Why did the Vex show up only when the Traveler appeared? Like they were dragged all along almost. Immune system averted. True. I mean, yeah, it's a bit weird, like the way the Vex work, because like, you know, the lore tells us that the Vex ruins on Venus, for example, were there before humanity even existed, which is like, okay, well, how is that possible? And we know it's because likely the Vex went back in time and rewrote history so that they were always here. And so it's like it's always a weird thing that's like, okay, why did the Vex only show up after the Traveler? But it's also, did they show up only after the Traveler? Because of the way time works, maybe they were here all along.
I've seen reports from Prince Aldrin's crows. Reports about the technology. Really, just awful stuff.
Maybe we are the Vex. Everything about the Vex is convoluted. It's can be difficult to understand because of how crazy it can be. Although the architecture looks like an attempt to recreate the Bell Harp. It's interesting you say that because like it talks about like there's some lore. I don't know if it's lore, if it's directly said in game or what it is, but there's some implications that the Vex network is kind of like a simulated version of the Ascendant Plane. Oh, it's the Oracle mission! I remember this. And so, like, in that way, like, oh, if the Vex network is like an analog or like a digital copy almost of the Ascendant Plane, like, is it possible that the Ascendant Plane is like almost a different or like a darkness version of the Pale Heart or whatever, or like is in some way influenced by the Pale Heart since it kind of has similar properties?
An oracle destroy.
Which is why Quaria picked up on Sword Logic so quickly. Yeah. It's like, it's kind of just like applying a problem, like the solution to a problem you already know to a slightly different equation. You know what I mean? And that's how they were able to figure out the sword logic. What if the Ascendant Plane is tied to the Veil? It's probably tied to the Veil in some way, considering that the Ascendant Plane is ultimately like, it is like a darkness realm. I don't know how it's like directly linked, so I'd have to think about it a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised. I didn't kill it fast enough? Bruh. It's described like it's force bootstrapping it. Ergo, applying the wrong solution that still works. Right. Hantavirus incoming, 3 people dead. Yeah, no. You seem really worried about Hantavirus, Housen. I mean, I'm a bit concerned about it, but I don't think it's COVID level yet.
Wolves trying to tap oracles, big glowing squares.
I didn't sign up for raid mechanics in my mission, guys.
Oracles, destroy them fast.
He does say do it fast. I was not paying attention.
Has appeared. An oracle, destroy.
The circle peg goes in the square hole, yeah. And so what if... What console playing on? I'm on PS4. PS4. And what's interesting is, like, what if the Pale Heart, in that sense, is almost like...
One more oracle.
Is almost like the triangle hole.
Ferrex, good work.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised. It's a bit difficult. I don't know. Like, is the Ascendant Plane... The Ascendant Plane is a realm of darkness. How linked is it to the Pale Heart? I don't... Or to the Veil? I don't know specifically, but... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But they're very similar in the sense of, like... You're able to manipulate the space. And that's also true with the Vex network. The Lightfall rewrite was phenomenal. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad you liked it. Triangles, hole, square hole, circle hole. Yeah. The final shape. I'm getting my ass beat by these fucking Elixni, bro. Oh my word. Oh my word. Let me get my overshield. Thank you. Let me get rid of these snipers. They're fucking me. Can you die? What? Aerial effectiveness, please. Please. Oh, give me that. Give me that ammo. I can do it. Get him. Oh. I'm soloing Vault of Glass, guys. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Vex network work. I'm locked in, guys. Oh my god, how many things do I need to get? Okay. Okay, there we go. Perfect.
So Skolas wanted to use the oracles as taps into the Vex network. This isn't just a
Ascendant Plane is a place where might makes right.
Technology is a threat to the whole system.
And you can will things into existence. The Vex network will give you or pull you if you know the way to navigate the river. Sea of Screams and the Vex are oceanic microscopic life forms.
Put an end to us.
Yes, yes. Yes. Yeah, it is kind of in that sense of like it is like uncharted waters with the Ascendant Plane and the Vex network. Like especially with Ascendant Plane, where the only way you can like navigate it is because it's this place that is constantly changing based on the will that is imposed on it by different entities. Like, the only way the Awoken were able to actually navigate the Ascendant Plan was through setting up these, like, magic... Like, by setting up the way lines, right? Or the ley lines, the, whatever. In order to stabilize the Ascendant Realm. And keep it from collapsing. So it could actually be navigated. How's it going? How's it going, Riley? Just gotta say, I started watching a Lightfall Rare video and I thought it was really good. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. A lot better than what we currently have. I feel that way too. I feel that way too. You know, even if it isn't perfect, and there's probably still things that could be made better about my version, I still think ultimately it's probably maybe better decisions. Since our Guardian was revived in Russia, do you think our human Guardian is most likely Russian? It's possible. Definitely possible. You know, the question is like, did humanity become so advanced in the future that differences in like in the golden age, I should say, that differences in language and countries and culture were kind of wiped out, like these distinctions were became unnecessary, and so to be Russian isn't really that distinct of a category in Destiny versus any other group. I'm not sure, but it's certainly possible since we were revived there.
Well,
it's like Halo, yeah. Like eventually, like you would think we become so metropolis and perfectly advanced that like these distinctions don't really become necessary anymore. Or we advance so rapidly that everything kind of becomes a monoculture, right? Well, distance in the ascended plane is determined by how far you think it is. Or even walked from Earth to Saturn in a short stroll. Yeah. Don't forget, if you're in an exo or awoken, it means you died scavenging the Cosmodrome. Well, if you're an exo, it could be that because there were exos in the Golden Age, so it could have been you were just in Russia. But yes, if you were an awoken, you could have been Russian, I guess, because like maybe there were Russians on the Exodus Indigo that got turned into Elixir. Or sorry, that got turned into Elixir. That got turned into Awoken. But yeah, you would have had to have died after leaving the distributary and to be then revived. Do you think Bungie should release a prequel? Maybe as a spin-off. I mean, Destiny Rising is kind of a prequel, but not really. I would prefer a sequel in a Destiny 3, personally.
Get down there, find him, and pin him. I'll be nearby with a capture team of Prince Uldren's crows.
In Bungie's Halo, it's implied that they either died to the Flood or disappeared from their own creations, living on within them. In Destiny, humanity became so advanced they digitized themselves and became one. They often left the star system. Yes. Is it confirmed what class the Drifter is? If I'm not mistaken, he's a hunter. I think we know that. I'm pretty sure he's a hunter. But he is kind of ambiguous. But I'm pretty sure he's a hunter. Okay, this is the Citadel, so this should be the final mission, technically, of House of Wolves.
So, he tried to conquer the other fallen houses in
Posture check? Okay, okay. I'll sit back a little bit. A bit too hunched forward.
If Skolas thinks he is Kell of prophecy, then weapons could turn the tail.
Drifter is considered a multi-class guardian. I mean, maybe. I mean, like, I don't know if it's directly specified. Probably. Probably. He kind of gives Warlock Hunter vibe, like a mix of the two. But I think he's a bit. He's probably. He's a bit more Hunter coded. The Vex are the Bobs of the Traveler. The Vex are the Bobs of the Traveler, dude. That's crazy.
Top of the tower. Better start climbing, Guardian.
I mean, kind of. It came with it into the universe post creation, as it was the pattern that always won. Kind of like the Bobs that went with the marathon. Once again, I still need to play the original Halo games. The whole classes were only developed during the City Age. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, that's kind of true. Like it would definitely have been a bit more ambiguous in the Dark Ages for sure. Like, because class distinctions are kind of more like cultural. Which is why I think it would be cool to have, like, I don't know if in a D3, if I would like it for classes to be fully ambiguous, but I think it'd be cool to have, like, maybe a mix of the classes between all of them. Like, I can main a Titan class, but I can spec into a little bit of the Warlock kit, or a little bit of the Hunter kit, or whatever. You know what I mean? That'd be pretty cool. What am I stuck on? Oh. You'd love the books for Halo? I probably would. I probably would. They were tasked with as its custodians, a child with dreaming consciousnesses within. Yeah, and that is kind of referenced in Spiral too, isn't it? Like, because there's the Vex in the garden that are tasked with gardening, right? With protecting the garden until the witness shows up and just puts the fucking black heart in there. Just drops it in there for him. He was teaching the Iron Lords that laid the foundation for guardian classes, and the classes got formalized in the City Age. Yeah, for sure. You know the Ace of Spades mission in Cade's message to Eris, he was actually right in his assumption that she became a hive god. Ah. In the Ace of Spades mission, that would be... Is there a... There's a mission for that in D1, right?
This is it, Guardian.
I don't remember. I never played Hunter in D1, so I never would have done the mission if that's the case.
The Vex tech here matches a signature from the Vault of Glass. These machines fade in and out of our timeline. Watch your step.
Yes, in and out of timelines.
You're getting close. The crows and I are inbound.
In D2? Was there an Ace of Spades mission? I don't remember. In
Guardian,
D2?
there are dozens of New Wolf signatures, and the number keeps growing. It's the Vex tech. Skolos. He's pulling the entire House of Wolves through time.
Ace of Spades in D1 is exclusive for hunters, but you basically need to get rank 3 with Banshee. Yes. So there's no mission for Ace of Spades in D1. It would be in D2. I don't remember there being a mission for Ace of Spades. Or no, wasn't that... No, wasn't it like you had to go into the Cade stash and you grabbed all the shit? That's how you got it? I think if I remember... Like, you had to go grab all the chests, and he had messages for everybody. Hey, how is Skolas able to pull from time? Because... Well, Skolas was being aided by the 9, right? We remember that. But... And so there's timey-wimey shenanigans with that. But also... Skolas was... He, like, entered into the Vex network or some shit one time, didn't he? And that, like, broke his brain.
Of time and space, House of Wolves will stand forever.
He has nowhere left to run.
I'm gonna kill
Take
these...
him down.
Take him down. Oh shit. Man, fuck this hand cannon. I'm gonna die. What the fuck? Knockback canceling still works, baby. No matter what the game is. Fucking get destroyed, Skolas. Holy shit,
The
dude.
House of Wolves is broken. Stand by for a transmission.
Dude, this is such a cool
Mrs.
fucking
Morissette,
thing.
Queen of the Awoken. Guardian. When you first came in search of the Black Garden, I thought of you as just another mote of light, too far from its traveler. I see now that I was wrong. Accept my thanks, and the promise of a fitting...
The Vault violates all normal conventions of time travel with the Vex.
Bring
The Vault of
Skolas
Glass
to
and the
me.
Nexus are two different Vex structures working in tandem to violate normal rules of time travel. True.
Conversations with the
True.
queen can be harsh.
We go to
Anyway, I'll meet you at the
stashes to get space parts for Ace of Spades so that Bungie can rebuild it. In those stashes, he has audio messages for people. You think could possibly kill them? Yes. Okay, now I remember. Now I remember that. Bro, those bladed servitors were kind of hard as fudge. Imagine one of them slamming into you at like 60 miles per hour. Yeah, they were pretty cool. They are pretty cool design. I think the House of Wolves Fallen look pretty cool. Although they are pretty basic, like they're just blue, but the servitors are pretty epic. The servitors are pretty epic. Oh, it's an engram. I was like, why does that not have a freaking item level? Orcs Rex the Vault of Glass, by the way, taken infected and it never works properly again. Yeah, that do be happening. Spoilers, by the way. I know. yeah, we do explore this. Increases the force duration. Increases duration of War to Dawn. I guess this is a bit better. Do you think it's stronger, Nezarec or Oryx? As far as we can tell, like, there's different advantages. Like, Nezarec is technically immortal. So, like, he has that over Oryx. But Oryx, I think, and his prime, in his raw strength, is probably stronger than Nezarec, for sure. Used to be the Dancers, that's right. I do like how, over time, like, during the Great Drift, the former houses of the Elixni, their names changed. Or no. Didn't the Weavers become the Wolves? Wasn't it the Weavers? Or was it the Dancers? We actually see the Nexus return in the Starcross Exotic Mission. Oh. Really? I didn't even think about that. Like that, I wouldn't even thought about that because that's pulling back from D1 lore. Sometimes whenever it's pulling back that far, I don't even remember it. Devils were the Weavers. Oh, I see. I see. Yes, because I was thinking of Aramis, because Aramis was a devil, right? She was the House of Devil, because she was a Weaver. Actually, no. Dancers were devils, for sure. Because the W's match up. Like, I'm pretty sure it's like... The Weavers were the wolves. The Dancers were the devils. I'm pretty sure. Because the D's match with the D's. The W's match with the W's.
Yes.
Devils being Weavers is reinforced by them using Siva. That's true. I don't know. It's one or the other. I don't remember. I don't remember.
I prefer nothing else.
Let's load up Season of Plunder lore. Yeah, what's interesting is we also got in... Oh, let's go, Vespian Dynasty.
Thank you, Guardian. The Kell is in chains.
We also get the lore about, from the Taken King of No Time to Explain, the exotic, where we're learning about Praedith, who's trapped within the vault. It's such an Praedith is such an interesting character because of the way his timeline shenanigans work.
He will grant you
Because we know, thanks to the lore book from Shadowkeep, that Praedyth escapes the moment that because we see the moment in which Praedyth escapes from the vault, but the moment in which he escapes just hasn't happened yet. So we don't. So he's technically, from our perspective, in our point in time, has not yet left, from our perspective. But he will eventually leave once the conductor loses its baton or drops its baton, which is probably in reference to Maya Sundaresh, which is pretty epic. Yeah, wolves, weavers, dancers, devils. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I hate how Bungie is trying to make everything Elixni and not using the term fallen as much. The fallen are their own culture born from the long drift. The fallen know only fairy tales of Reese. There's more they're more familiar with the humanity than the Elixni at this point. Yeah, it's kind of like, I do understand their perspective as how it's like the fallen is like derogatory almost. But I mean, like, to be fair, like, I think Mithrax does refer to some Elixni as fallen. Like, he's still like, they're fallen. They're these fallen people. Like, he kind of drops the hard N on there, bro. Like, you know, when, like, probably, like, in reference to, like, the House of Salvation and shit, like, he's like, those fucking fallen. But, like, in reference to, like, the friendly fallen, like, the friendly Elixni, it's kind of like the House of, like, telling the House of Light, calling them fallen is a bit like, oh, well, you know, it's a bit different. Like, they're trying to leave behind that culture of the long drift and return to the ancient traveler-centered culture, you know? That's what it successfully pull off what Coria was failing to do. Torment him. Oh, I missed something. Coming back to real quick, so Nezarec bodies Oryx? Yeah. Yeah, his daughter's got eyes for a fallen. True. I don't mess with the Piker gang. Would have successfully pulled off what Coria was failing to do. Torment him with what he once was, but effectively. Maybe. I mean, like, what would have been Oryx's regrets, his nightmares that would have been taken advantage of? Like Teox, I guess? Or, like, or Nokris, his son, you know, being a heretic, kind of, and being disgraced by that, I guess. Pahanin also escaped the vault and needed an AI assistant in a super good advice machine. Yes. He was worried he would blink out of existence at any moment. True. I don't know. Calling them Elixni at this point feels like me calling myself a Roman. I'd like to see Mithrax be like this huge fallen, like Dracus, the Kell of House Winter, really big. I think, you know, in my view, at the end of Revenant, for the Kell of Kell's storyline to be concluded, I would have rather had probably Mithrax die at the hands of the curse and be resurrected as a guardian or as a light bearer, in my view. Because I think they kind of ruined the Kell storylines with the way they did it. Which I've been thinking, like, I guess in this theme of rewrites now, I might do a rewrite of that ending specifically. But, like, I don't know if I do a dedicated video to it or not, or if I do, like, maybe multiple rewrites in a single video. I don't know how I do it, but I probably want to make a video on that at some point. Because I think they kind of screwed the Kell story. Courier is also still alive, by the way. Taken cannot be killed. They're just sent back to the Senate plane. Yes, that is also true. We saw Kelgrath return at his Taken form in this way. Yes, because he was in the Pale Heart as like a lowly, just Taken major. Finally reduced to the way he was. Nokris is up there, reveling Eris for his heresies, lol. True. Oh, rivaling Eris, yeah. The narrative writing of the Fallen stuff has been some of the worst. The narrative team, yeah. I mean, especially Aramis. Like, oh my god, bro. Like, in my opinion, the best way I can explain the way that Revenant ended with Aramis being the one chosen by the Echo and shit. Like, the only reason but then, like, in my opinion, the way that Bungie wrote Revenant, it would have made way more sense if Aramis became the Kell of Kells, not Mithrax, dude. Because Mithrax didn't get chosen by the Traveler or the Lights. He like, nothing happened. He just got the curse cleansed from him by the Echo, and then he was like, I'm Kell of Kells. Like, okay, but like, nothing happened, right? And here's the thing. I don't want Aramis to be Kell of Kells. I think Mithrax fits the role better. But I just think Bungie internally wanted Aramis to be the Kell of Kells, but they knew literally nobody would have liked that. They knew that everyone would have hated Aramis being Kell of Kells. And so they said, okay, let's not write Aramis as Kell of Kells. Let's make it so Mithrax is Kell of Kells. But, you know, let's still make it so Aramis is the one chosen by the Echo and who goes back basically as the Messiah in the Second Coming to fucking rebuild Reese, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like they wanted their cake. They wanted their cake and to eat it too. It's just like they could have made it. And here's the thing. Like, here's my view. If they wanted both of them to basically be the Messiah, they wanted both of them to be Kell of Kells, you can literally do that. Because within, like, the theological understanding of the Messiah, like from both, like, a Jewish perspective and from a Christian perspective, there's, like, two messianic figures that appear within the Old Testament. There's the sacrificial savior version of the Messiah, and then there's the, you know, the king, the coming king who descends from the clouds of heaven, right? So you could have had the messianic figures, the two of them, the two prophecies of the Messiah fulfilled by both Aramis and fucking Mithrax. Make it so Aramis is the coming king who comes from the clouds of heaven to establish the kingdom of heaven on Reese as she goes and is chosen by the Echo to rebuild Reese. And then have Mithrax be the sacrificial savior, the one who died in order to keep Mithrax, in order to, you know, stop Nezarec from reawakening. And then in his death is revived, resurrected by the light, as like a literal reference to the fucking resurrection of Jesus, bro, as the Messiah. You could have had both prophecies of the Messiah fulfilled at once, which is literally what the Kell of Kells storyline is inspired by. It's inspired by the story of the Messiah. But nah, bro. Let's throw that all out of the window. Like, it's so bad. Like, it was so bad. So bad, bro.
I am in communication with Xander 9940 with a 28-minute delay. Xeno protocol.
It's clear they had 3 writing teams working on the Fallen, Cabal, and Hive each, and the Fallen team had the weakest writers. I think it just had a conflicting vision. I think maybe that, like, there was one writing team or one group who wanted Mithrax to be the Kell of Kells, and that there was another group who wanted Aramis to be the Kell of Kells, and they just could not come to a consensus, and so we got the weird, wishy-washy story of Revenant. And it's also stupid about Revenant, by the way, is that at the end of Final Shape, or no, I don't know if it's the end of Final Shape or if it's at the end of Defiance, Aramis is like, I'm going back to Reese. Okay, a year later, Aramis isn't on her way back to Reese, actually, like the lore said. She turned herself in, or was, like, captured and imprisoned. I don't remember which one it was. I think she was captured or turned herself in. I don't remember what it was. Like, we captured her with Crow or some shit, and now she's in prison. It's like, okay. Like, I thought you were on your way to Reese, bro. I guess not. I guess not, dude. They had to retcon that. Mithrax literally did nothing to deserve his role in the story, but gave us a reactor for 2v1ing a knight and not smearing him. Yeah, but like, it kind of worked out because people loved the story of Mithrax. Like, they slowly developed him in the lore and made him this leader figure for the Elixir and our point of contact. So it's like slowly, like, even though like the writing was based on just an adventure from D1 Vanilla, it evolved into this character that everyone cares about. But then, like, Aramis kind of, you know, it's just, Aramis' story just felt so forced.
You must be here to help the reef with its recent problem.
Yeah, like, Aramis comes back with the Echo, which has the power of the Gardener and the Winnower into one. Well, Mithrax gets cured by the curse, and then Mithrax is the Calicals. Like, it just doesn't make sense. The long drift was like 500 years stuck in space. How the fuck is she gonna do that in reverse? With the power of the Echo. There's lore where Aramis searches for her wife because she believes the witness will win. Then she returns in Revenant and leaves for Reese. But isn't her wife on Reese? Isn't that the whole thing? Like, her wife is on Reese. Or her wife went back to Reese to try and rebuild. And so if she's looking for her wife, she would be looking for her wife on Reese, right? And so, like, if she's on her way to Reese, it's just like, it doesn't make sense. My OC-ass story. Ooby Dooby, how's it going, brother? Playing the Final Shape right now. Friend forgot how good it was. Yeah, with a friend forgot how good it was. It is pretty good. I do have some, although I think the story is fine. There's some things I wish they did different. It's not really like oh, the story is bad. But it's just like, it's as a fanfic version, I would have had him do something a bit different. She defects, returns, and leaves for Reese. I see. How's anyone on Reese? That planet got finalized. Shit. I mean, I think there was some lore talking about how, like, there was theoretically like a couple habitable zones or whatever. I don't remember though. You'd be digging through Lego blocks. I'm almost certain her wife told her to fuck off with all the salvation shit. Okay, so maybe I missed a lore entry then. I must have missed something. So that makes it feel not as bad then, if it isn't like a retcon, but more so that like her wife was like, go have a redemption arc first. Her wife was like, your character arc hasn't completed yet, Aramis. You have to wait for the writers to finish your story. Return. Return to the last city. I think what killed it for me was not really knowing what was ahead for after the final shape. To me it was like the dissenter statues, like having the veiled statues be dissenters was kind of shit. I didn't like that very much. But like it kind of makes sense, so whatever. I just wish it was different. It's like a personal preference. Where is the great machine? Okay, one thing that is stupid though is in Season of Seraph, right before Aramis tries to nuke the Traveler with the war sats, one thing that in hindsight doesn't make any sense is like, why was the witness in Aramis's ear being like, yes, nuke the Traveler, show it, like, make it feel your pain. And it's like, bro, you need the Traveler, dog. Like, why are you telling her to blow it up? Like, you literally need that shit, bro. Like, the fuck? You're trying to ruin your plans before you can even do it? The hell? Fallen Story annoys me because it departed so much from where it started. Yeah. Doom of Chalchis and Chalchis' Broken Crown. I think personally, even though it's unconfirmed, the Herald of Salvation in final shape in the raid in Salvation's Edge, that motherfucker's Chelchis, bro. That motherfucker's Chelchis. Like, well, story noise because it never progresses into where it obviously should. The fact that Sign Enclave hasn't made their move yet, dude, don't even get me started. I have a whole video on that, on the Sign Conclave. But yeah, I mean, like, my theory is that, like, I mean, I have a whole video where I like make a prediction about a future story based on Neomuna, which is involved in with the Veil and the Sign Conclave. So I think it will become, especially with the introduction of what's her name, Rao, in Renegades. I think Sign Conclave stuff will probably happen soon. But it's crazy it hasn't happened yet, for sure. What's your favorite story in Destiny 2? I really liked the Witch Queen. I thought the Witch Queen story was fucking goated, personally. Also, Season of Seraph was good. I enjoyed Season of Seraph as well. What happened to Odzot? Odzot is still alive, and Odzot's actually a lady. Odzot's still around. Odzot is... we got some lore about Odzot in the final shape, I think. Or not about Odzot, but characters connected to Odzot in both the final shape and in the dungeon from Heresy, whatever that one's called. That's in the Pyramid Ship. Odzot likely joined the Shadow Legion. Both Odzot and Yurix seem to have at some point joined the Shadow Legion and are either working together or are both defecting separately from the Shadow Legion. I think they're probably working together, though.
Please confirm.
Which Warlock subclass, light subclass do you like the most? I mean, in terms of just like aura, probably Voidwalker. In terms of practicality in game, probably Solar. Whatever it's called, Sundancer, whatever, Sunbreaker, whatever it's called. Sun Singer. I really want to see the Score and Dread and Taken get more story focus. Well, I'm interested to see what happens with the Scorn. Like, obviously we know that Scornified Skolos is still out there, so he'll probably be involved. Oopsies. So he'll probably be involved in a Scorn story in the future. But now that that the Fanatic is dead, whatever his name is, their story is kind of limited because they can't make any more Scorn anymore. And with the Witness no longer making Scorn either, it's kind of like, I don't really know what they could do. Taken, obviously, I think we're going to get... Taken and Dread are both linked to Lord of Every Nothing. I would like to see the Dread be involved with... Nezarec, though. The Taken especially have so much mystery around them. Yeah. Also, does it go kicked off a coup because Callus freed the enslaved Scions? Yeah, dude. She was a class traitor, though, for real. Class traitor. I bet Skolas finds a way. Yeah. Vextech. But the question is, like, is the Skolas that's Scornified, like, I guess because he's one of the Fanatics Scorn, like the Fanatic, like Fickrul, that's his name. Fickrul's Scorn retain their personality, unlike the Scorn of the Witness. So I guess he would still be the same Skolas. They're not like the mindless zombies. Bum badum badum. Yeah, it'd be cool. I'd be interested to see what's up with the Scorn again, but I don't think they'll touch on them for a while. I think that'll be for a while. Maybe a couple years, maybe in a D3. Actually, I don't know. Like, would they ever do a D3 and they remaster the Scorn again? I don't know. I guess that depends on how they do it, but we'll see. That didn't involve him. Yes, that's true. Yeah, there's 3 factions of Scorn left out there. There's the Revenant, who are formed by the Echo. The remaining children of the Fanatic, who were changed by Ahamkara magic. And the Witness Scorn. Yes. But all the Scorn were unified under... They should have been unified under the Fanatic in Revenant, though, if I'm not mistaken. Like, Scorn can have different ways of developing, for sure. I mean, they did develop differently. Crow mentions after Excision that there's still Witness followers. Yes, which I think would be, like, obviously reference to the Dread and the Shadow Legion and the House of Salvation, probably. And some elements of the Scorn. But I think the Dread makes the most amount of sense as being, like, at least the main force of the Dread would make the most amount of sense being followers of Nezarec, since they're the Dread, and Nezarec is the god of pain and fear and shit. You know what I mean? Just kind of makes sense. The public events on the Tangle Shore would revive the Fireflyman Mechanist and Mad Bomber. True. True. Oh my goodness, guys. There are revival rituals? Yes. So I wonder if that means, like, maybe they can't create more Scorn anymore. I don't know, unless there's another method, but they can keep the current Scorn alive. Obviously they can't bring back Fickrel, though, because of the tonic that we injected in him. He's dead. He's gone for good. A Dread faction who worships Nezarec would be goated. They could use the nightmare powers to try and create new Dread. Yeah. And I think, I have an idea, I have a theory that Nezarec is likely involved with the Dredgens in some way, as well. Based on some lore from the dungeon from Renegades, but we'll see. And there's also the lore about how from the dungeon Sparrow, where Dredgen Seer is talking about how Bale is looking for truth under Luna and stuff, right? We see Scorn can carry multiple dead within them. Locus of Wailing Grief, Locus of Communion. Well, the Witness made Scorn of his own way, so the Scorn have hope, but they need to learn that power. Yes, they need to learn a new way to make new Scorn. Since they don't have the Echo, the Witness is dead, and Fickrel is a goner. How powerful do you think Shin Malphur is? He's probably up there. Shin Malphur... I need to reread the Dredgen lore surrounding that. It's been so long. I'm gonna be so honest, guys, but he still has his ghost, right? He still has access to the light. If I'm not mistaken. I remember hearing someone say that his ghost died, and I'm like, is that true? I don't think so. I don't remember. Bum. Probably about the Wailing Greed one is a taken ogre. Oh, the grief. Yeah. I was talking about the one on the Glycon. No, he didn't make the Scorn. He took the dead bodies of the Scorn and then tried to use them to communicate with the Witness. So he didn't make the Scorn, but he just took the dead bodies of the Scorn. If I'm not mistaken. Or like he would capture the Scorn and then try to speak through to the witness through the Scorn in kind of a similar way that Oryx spoke to the Winnower through the Ogre. It was kind of the same thing. And so like the final boss, the boss we fight on the Glycon is the Scorn that Callus was successfully able to communicate to the witness through, I'm pretty sure. Or the Scorn could chase Ahamkara bones. True. That's also true. Anyways, guys, we've had some wonderful, lovely discussions today. But I think I'm probably going to end up going to bed. We finished most of the, we finished basically the entirety of the House of Wolves stuff. We'll need to do some Prison of Elders. We'll need to do some side missions I think I still need to do. But yeah, and then I think maybe next time I'm live, I can do, we can start the Taken King. We can start that up. So that'll be exciting. Yeah. Yeah, he made one with a clustered consciousness by accident. Yeah, I guess, I suppose, I don't remember Primitive. I don't remember. It's been a big day today, guys. It's been a big day. We hit 10K subs. We had a lot of fun on D1, and I'm glad I'm glad everyone was here to watch. And I'll see you guys soon in a new video. Probably a new live stream before then. But yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in and for watching, and I'll see you guys soon, okay? Peace out, everybody. Much love. Bye-bye. Have a good night. Much love, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.